There we go. Now we're live, and I'm transmitting properly on the YouTubes. Okay. How to do this? I think this is what I got to do. I'm right now working on crazy stuff. Crazy. I have to, I'm right now trying to get this thing working because, which one of these is it? There it is. Okay. So, boom. I'm trying to get this so that it accurately shares my screen for everybody to see. You'll get the full experience if you're watching on Rumble, because I have the chat box up. But that's fine. Okay. So we got Niraj in the chat. I see you there, Niraj. You have to bear with me as my cat is going to be meowing at me this entire time if I don't feed it something. So give me a moment here. I know. I'm never going to hear the end of it. Okay. And hopefully that'll keep her quiet. All right, so no guest today. I reached out to my guest, my friend, see if he wanted to jump on with me. He didn't get back to me, so I decided I was going to just do a map stream because there are several things I thought about from my last stream. I always have that thing where the last stream I did, afterwards, I'm like, man, I could have talked about this. I could have talked about that. There's a lot of things I could have talked about. And so I was like, missed opportunity after missed opportunity. So I figure what I'll do is while I'm map making, I'll share some of me doing the map making that I do. This is a new map I made today, and it's gonna be a fun one. It's for a idea that I'm working on for a mission, and so I'm like, okay. What I'm gonna do is just add some decals to the map, and I'm not going to give too many spoilers for it because I don't know who's going to be watching the stream. So regarding last week, I had some interesting conversations earlier today and a few days ago, and they were on this topic and subject of relationships. So I felt like, hey, this would be an appropriate time to perhaps talk about it. Give me a sec here. Let me double check. I'm going to double check my stream real quick on my phone. Okay, there we go. Well, that's quite the boomer that I just did there. I thought I was streaming to Rumble. In fact, I was recording, not streaming. So all of that rambling and rumbling that I did is completely lost, but that's fine. It's fine. It's a-okay. I'm not mad. So to recap what I just said, I'm going to try making it fast. I'm going to try and make some maps. I had some thoughts about last stream. I always have thoughts after the stream. I always think about things I could have done better, the woulda, coulda, shoulda. And so I'm going to talk about that, some of that, while I'm doing some maps. And so one of the conversations I had recently, earlier today, in fact, was about Indiana Jones and his relationships. And I was explaining to these guys who they're different personalities and different interests, but they like these characters, and I hate it with a passion. I'm going to be forward about that. I hate it with a passion when you make characters go personal or get personal, and it has like nothing to like. That's not the character. That's not the storytelling method. All right. And I don't like it when I hear people say, well, they already broke new ground, so you can already do it, right? I hate that type of justification as well. That's really dumb justification. All right. Now you might be like, okay, why? Why, Jack, do you not like this? That's because of writing. Okay, that's because of writing. That's why I don't like it. Now, not because I'm a lazy writer. All writers are lazy, by the way. But not because I'm a lazy writer. It's because you're taking away from the story. And I know a lot of people don't agree with that, especially in today's modern media. A lot of people don't agree with that. They're like, oh, no, it makes it more human. That's the word I hear. It makes it more grounded. It makes it more, emotional. And it's like, if I am watching Indiana Jones, I don't want me to be, I don't want to see me in Indiana Jones. I know this is like a novel concept to a lot of people. I want to be able to relate to him. I want to be like, oh yeah, I get it. But I'm not jumping on airplanes. You know, I'm not climbing on the airplane wing, punching Nazis. I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm doing. So for Indiana Jones, we were talking specifically about how the first movie, there is really no family or personal connections to Indiana Jones. He's just a guy who has like contacts and friends. And with these friends and contacts, he does adventures. He collects exotic artifacts from history. So he's running around collecting these things. The government pays him, or the government has interest in him doing these things. And he works for a university as his daytime job. Okay, cool. Awesome. I love it. It's great. All right. But it doesn't get personal. Indiana Jones is literally just dropped into his own story, Raiders of the Lost Ark. He's just dropped in there, and he is his own person. All right. Now you get there's a little bit of personal involved in the story when it comes to Marion and how Indiana has a relationship with her from the past, and all these people he meets along the way. They're his like Mala, that's like his friend from years past, and that's all fine and good. Him having these personal relationships and contacts, I don't have a problem with that. But when you go to the second movie, there is no personal relationships. All right, other than you could say Short Round. So like, okay, he's got one kid as a personal relationship, and then there's Willie. So it's like, okay, he's befriending her. romantic interest and everything. So it's like this dynamic for the character, that entire story. And the one guy pointed out, he was like, well, with the Temple of Doom, where's the archaeology? There's no archaeology. Like, it's completely out of the left field. And it's like, no, Indiana Jones doesn't have to have archaeology, believe it or not. Okay, he is a swashbuckler. Okay, he's a swashbuckler, a guy who you can drop into any story or into an adventure, and he just rolls with it. Like Lara Croft from Tomb Raider. You can drop her into a story, and you have a pretty good idea how she would react, how she would handle the entire circumstance of events. And so it was like, okay, the second movie doesn't have the archaeology in it, but it's still an adventure story, which is why it's good, in my opinion. I love all three Indiana Jones movies. They're great. They're all fantastic. Then you get to the third one where you finally get something personal. You get something personal. Indiana Jones's father's involved. All right? And that's great. I'm A-okay with that, because Indiana Jones's father is also an archaeologist. Now, where I have problems with Indiana Jones 3 introducing his father is, as this guy said, it broke new ground. And now it shows that, okay, we can explore further into Indiana Jones's personal life. And draw this as an issue with the second movie, even in the third, where Indiana Jones had basically a new babe each movie. Because again, it's like a serial. It's like a serial. It's like an episodic tale. All right, you pick up a book and you read about the adventure that's taking place. And so, like, when it comes to stuff like that, I don't like seeing that's like, okay, this is really personal for the character. But Indiana Jones 3 does a great job in tying that, okay, Henry Jones is an archaeologist too, or a fan of archaeology, or a fan of history, and particularly his expertise. He was very hyper-focused in one field of ancient history. So that tied into the story. And it is a part of the story as to why Indiana Jones is the way he is. But as we see with the supposed fourth movie, there's only 3 Indiana Jones movies, but there's like 2 other fan fiction films that are released recently. So in the 4th fan fiction film, we get that Indiana Jones's dad's dead, and he has a son, and he marries Marion at the end. And it's like that whole thing is because they broke the mold. Instead of telling an episodic tale of Indiana Jones doing some outlandish adventure, they decided, all right, we're going to age him. Because before, Indiana Jones was timeless. His age, we didn't know his age. We don't care what his age is. It doesn't matter what his age is. He's a guy who's running around kicking the crap out of monsters and sorcerers and Nazis. Like, we're okay with that. That's fine and good. So, awesome seeing him kick the crap out of some commies, too. I'm okay with that. Niraj in the chat says, if it makes you feel better, I'm working on the base in Valheim, terraforming the river. Yes. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Indiana Jones doesn't need a deep dive, a deep personal life. We don't need to see his prostate exam. Right, exactly. And so it's like this guy was like, oh, well, it's more personal, and you get to see who he is as a person and more. And now it's like, no, this is not a guy you need to analyze and deep dive into his personality. Like, that's just not who he is. Okay, he's not that significant or important of I don't want to say not important, but he's supposed to represent a very basic personality. He's supposed to represent a common good in all of us, while also operating as an action hero who's doing things outlandish that we would like to do. And if we had the power to do it, we would in that circumstance. So again, when I was listening to these guys go back and forth over it, I was trying to explain to them that it's like, because they were asking like, oh, what don't you like about it? And like I said, we see it time and time again in media, in stories, where, and the guy tried explaining, he's like, well, it's very personal, it's emotional. How would you feel? How would an ordinary person feel if they lost their kids, like their kid died? How would they feel? This was about the fifth film, the one that came out last year. How would you feel if your kid died, and your wife left you, and everything was, your dad died? Like you'd want to end it. You have nothing else to live for, And so like this movie explores that. No, I don't want to explore that. I want to stay away from that. Like no one wants to read that. No one wants to read that. Okay, absolutely zero. Show of hands. Who wants to read a decrepit, depressed old man? Show of hands from their action hero. Like it's not like this is a niche genre where we have decrepit old man, and you can go to the Barnes and Noble store and you can be like, hey, where do you have your decrepit old man stories? I want to read those. Like depressed, decrepit, he's lost everything. I want to read those stories. And they're like, oh, right this way, sir. They're right over here in the decrepit old man story who's eating cereal in his underwear, watching the TV. Like, no one wants to read those. No one cares about those. Now, if you go to your Barnes and Nobles and you're like, hey, where are the action adventure stories? Right this way. Let me show you the action adventures. Are you looking for anything in particular? Are you looking for something like with high fantasy, or are you looking for sci-fi? Immediately, you have selections provided for you. And you'd have Lord of the Rings, you have Conan, you have Indiana Jones, right? You have, why am I drawing a blank on his name? I'm kicking myself because I can't remember. Flash Gordon. You have Flash Gordon. So like you have all these different sci-fis and fantasies and adventures where it's amazing characters doing amazing things. I like talking about the Star Wars comics. Okay, the old comics were fantastic because they're full of all kinds of sci-fi things, and they're cool. They're filled with all kinds of dynamic characters and interesting little like background information to Star Wars. All right. That's what you go to this genre for. You don't go to it to see Han Solo or Indiana Jones sad and moping, upset, mad at the world, mad at life. No one wants that. I don't want to see that. Niraj says, it doesn't add anything to his adventures. It just tears him down as a mystery or legend. Nobody wants to read Indiana Jones and the Well of Depression. Right, exactly. No one wants to read that. So, that's what we just kept going around and around on this. And I was telling them, like, one of the problems, I've said this before, I'm going to talk about Batman as a heads up to anyone out there. One of the problems I have with Batman stories, a lot of modern Batman stories, is they always go personal for him. It's always his personal life involved. He knew the baker who died or got murdered. The murderer knows his parents. This is a common thing. It's like every murderer in Gotham is somehow tied to Thomas and Martha Wayne. Every single one of them. I don't know why, But it's like you get this war instead of this massive city. Here's a challenge to every single Hollywood writer out there, to every single comic book writer out there. Here's your challenge. Go to the closest major city you know and name 10 millionaires that live in that city. Name them. Okay, write them down. All right, and explain to me what their itinerary is every single day for, say, a month. Okay, I want to know what their itinerary is, because that's the absurdity of everyone having some connection to Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne. That's the absurdity of everyone knowing Bruce Wayne is Batman. It's that level of absurd. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. You know, in my city, I have no idea who the richest guy is. I have no idea I know who the mayor is. I have no idea who the mayor rubs elbows with. I have no idea. I have no care. If I walked down the street and spoke to any of my neighbors, none of them would have any idea who any of these people are. And yet somehow in Gotham City, every single person, even a homeless person walking down the freaking street, knows Bruce Wayne is Batman, or knows that Bruce Wayne is the richest guy in Gotham, and immediately spots him on the streets like, oh, that's him. Absurd. It's ridiculous. Let alone, as we saw from some comics where it's like, oh, I figured you're the only one rich enough to afford all these gadgets that Batman has. It's like, what do you mean? Like, Batman is literally the richest man in the entirety of the DC universe. If that is the case, then everyone in the DC universe should know Bruce Wayne. And that's not the case. That's not the case at all. Okay, the moment Bruce Wayne goes anywhere outside of Gotham City, no one has any idea who he is. It's like, who the hell are you? Now, granted, in DC Comics world, probably everybody knows who Bruce Wayne is. And in modern DC Comics, go back 20 years, probably no one knew who Bruce Wayne was outside of Gotham. But modern DC, it's like, oh yeah, everyone knows who Batman is. Everyone knows who Bruce Wayne is. It's like an open secret that everyone just plays along. Like, oh yeah. Hey, you know that's Bruce Wayne? Yeah, but don't say anything because that makes him really mad. So that's some of the reasons why I don't like that. I really don't like that. It's absolutely stupid to me. It's stupid, and I implore writers out there, all of you, don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't go down this rabbit hole of I'm going to break new ground. I'm going to break new ground and have characters that are personal. I'm right now with these same guys. I'm working on I'm helping them with a story script. We're working on a feature-length film. And they asked me to be a writer for it. And one of the things, it's a detective story. There's not much, I'm not going to share too much about it, but one of the things about it is it's a detective story. And in this detective story, they have they're talking about going personal with this character, with this main character. And I'm encouraging them not to. It's like, don't do it. Don't go down that rabbit hole. Keep this character timeless. Keep this character standing on their own 2 feet, not associated, not attached to, like, leave the character alone, essentially. You know, let the character stand on their own merit. And don't have them have any sort of personal connection, because that's what they were talking about. They're like, oh, well, he could be connected to the main bad guy. And I'm just like, oh, God, here we go. Dreading the rest of this meeting that we were having. right now, let me check chat. Chat is looking good. Okay. So right now I am, for the terrestrial listener, I am right now modifying a map. And this map that I'm working on is going to have, I'm going to switch to it in just a moment, actually. It has a portal room. So what I'm setting up right now are little like teleportation locations. And I'm deciding which ones do I want to have as a part of that. Because this is supposed to be kind of a funky room that I'm designing here. Oh, I like that. No one can see it for shit, but I like it. As you would expect, a rant from me, I was trying to, what held me up with starting the stream was I was trying to get Rumble in dark mode. And I have no idea how to get it into dark mode. I've never met a program that has made it so difficult to just get into dark mode. But apparently Rumble does not want you going into dark mode. That's the conclusion I have. Is they're like, no, you must settle for blindness. And I'm just like, why do you hate me? Why? What did I ever do to you, Rumble? I've done nothing but preach to you or preach to others about you. Like, oh yeah, you got to get on Rumble. Rumble is great. Rumble is good. Rumble is amazing. And Rumble is like, I get you did all these nice things and you told people about me. You spread awareness about me. I love it. But no, you have to be blinded. Thanks, Rumble. I appreciate it. Lots of orbs. How do we feel about orbs? Orbs are, I think, kind of nice. These are supposed to be like types of pillars. So I need a shadow. So some of the details I like to add to my maps is obviously shadows. Shadows are essential. But I like to add kinds of details that are nuance. It's the artistic side of me. Because I would not articulate myself as a very artistic person. But the side of me that is artistic does like to have little things like, here we are, does like to pay attention to little nuanced things like shadows, for example. And so if done correctly, if done right, they look very impressive, and the players don't even notice. They don't even notice it. And then what the players will do under those circumstances is they'll ask you questions about the environment because they'll notice some things are kind of off, which is good. I'm all for that. I kind of want the players to ask me questions about the environment, what they're getting into, because that gives me the opportunity as a DM to set the mood, set the tone, give them an idea as to what exactly they're walking in on. It's one of the times that usually in my games, I don't know how other DMs do it. Not entirely. I don't know how other DMs do it. But in my game, I often let the players articulate and describe themselves. So if it's inside of their control, it's inside their little bubble, their sphere, I let them take charge of it. I let them control it. I let them articulate it. Like, so their outfits, for example, I'll give them loot items. And for the most part, I will let the players decide what they look like, how their outfit looks, etc. If I have something in mind, like a loot item, for example, I'd given one of the players a lever action rifle. I did something to the weapon or the item to indicate this is a lever action rifle. Now, I gave them the option. They could change it if they didn't like it. They could modify it. But I'm letting them know that in my mind as a DM, that's what this thing is. It's a lever action rifle. I'm not shying away from that. They don't have to misinterpret that. It's very clear. Hey, lever action rifle. And so that's how I typically handle descriptions of things like that. But when it comes to the environment, I'll often let the players just walk right in. If they don't care to pay attention to the details of the map, if they don't care, then they just proceed forward. And that's on them if they fail to notice something crucial, something important. That's not on me. I don't feel anything bad about that. If it's something they're new to seeing, for the most part, I will describe the environment for them, at least give them a general summary of it, especially if they have vision obstruction. So, or if they have trouble seeing. And typically I'll do that once I give them the description, I paint the picture for them. They then have to use their imagination if they don't follow up, if they don't ask me more questions, or if they don't ask for a recap. Because sometimes players can forget between sessions, but so far, most players don't ask me for a recap when it comes to environment. They have a pretty solid understanding. The only time I do give a recap maybe is if a new player who missed the last session, they show up and they're like, oh, hey, I don't know anything about this environment that I'm in right now. What about it? What's going on here? Someone explain to me. That's when that's probably why a lot of my players don't ask for recaps about the environments, because they're pretty good at retaining the environment. And typically there is a player who's missed the last session, so they get an idea very quickly. It's like, okay, here's what the environment's looking like. All right. I forgot I have a bunch of these doodads here. Ooh. That looks great. I'm going to put that up there. How do I feel about that? I like it. Okay. Let's do that. So, what I just stumbled across, maybe I should add a different one. What I stumbled across is some pillars. I stumbled across some pillars, and that's what these things that I'm creating right now, so they're supposed to be, are pillars. So the coincidence of that is phenomenal. You see here, I'm trying to make the pillar work. Trying. It's not being quite cooperative, or as cooperative as I would like it to be. Okay. I think I'm going to abandon this, and I'm going to go back to my orbs. So what I need to do, I'm right now looking for some statues. I'm looking for some kind of odd. I don't have anything in particular in mind. I'm just looking for something odd. Like here we are. This will be something that's odd. You know, the players aren't going to quite understand, like, why is this here? But that's good. That's a good thing. These are basically water fountains here. Can I add some rubble? Got some rubble here I can put down. Rubble is always good. Add some rubble, and it's like cooking. It's like you're making a recipe. Add some rubble in there, and you give the place some character. Mirage says, I thought Rumble defaulted to dark mod with the green background. I thought so too, but apparently maybe it's my browser. I don't know, but it's bright white and obnoxious, and I hate it. I hate every bit of it. Okay, here we go. Sarcophagus. I'm a Stargate fan, so I love Sarcophagus. It's probably also why I like cults too, because Stargate has some amazing cults. Okay, maybe not. Let's do this. So what I have to be mindful about when adding obstacles and objects like this is my main goal is to create an object that the players can use for cover so that they can not die when they go into combat. This sarcophagus is not helping me any. And that's a part of the problem when you're working with other people's doodads, is they don't know what the hell they're doing. Okay, I think that's working pretty good. All right, here we have some statues. I wanted to put these statues in this hallway here. When you walk in, you see the statues. Now, it is kind of nifty. They have so the statues have a casting shadow. Doesn't come out very well, but it has it. Oh. Give me a moment here. I wonder if this will work. Hey, graphics, are you there? He just got back to me, so I want to see if I can. Maybe I'll have him pop on. I got to be careful because of this new setup that I have. I don't know if he does hop on, if it's going to feedback from my speakers to my microphone. I don't know. So I'm right now just adjusting my microphone in case. Well, I don't really have a way I can do that. We'll see. We'll see. There we go. Hey, graphics, are you there? Can you hear me, graphics? Graphics? Yeah? Graphics? Graphics! Hey.
Okay, why am I calling you then?
I don't know why you're calling me. Could be lag.
Okay. This is crazy. Oh my God. I'm trying to stop it from ringing here. It won't stop.
Well, it's all right. I'm not getting buzzed, so. I'm not getting buzzed. Like, it's like.
Oh, that's crazy. I just called her. When did this start? Okay. This is weird.
Are you drunk?
You know, sobering, but.
Yeah.
Thank God. Okay, so we'll get around the campfire properly lately.
Well, I am right now on stream, so I haven't heard anything on around the campfire about you. So that's good news. But I am right now on stream. I was going to ask, did you want to hop on? Are you still there? I can't hear you if you're trying to talk. And he left. Okay. He'll be back in a moment. That's what graphics does. Let me see. Is there a way I can?
Oh boy, this sucks.
There you go. You're back. Niraj, if you're in the chat and you can hear me, are you able to hear graphics when he talks? Not, I will resort to StreamYard. Which, there we go. I have my StreamYard window up. I'm just going to send him an invite. Okay. All right. And we'll see if he wants to hop on. See what happens. All right. You can hear him. Okay, good. All right. Is he distorted? Is he quiet? Or is he does it sound okay? Or is he too loud? Maybe I should also be concerned about that. I don't want him being too loud. I know he's probably distorted because he's, I guess, sleeping or on his face or something like that. So, okay, so put that there. For all I know, he easily could just write me off as just an illusion of his dreams. And be like, hey, I had a dream that I was talking to you and you were on stream. And I'd be like, yeah. That sounds like a wild dream, dude. Here we are. As Hickok 45 would say, add some pot. Let's add some pot right here. You never know if the players want to smoke any. So you try to accommodate them. All right, that's an urn. Maybe I should add a skeleton in there. Yeah, it's not too good on this tile. Doesn't look good at all. Do. All right, you said fine and clear. All right, that's good enough. That's good enough. So maybe, well, maybe I will. I'll still try getting him on StreamYard, but I'll hold off on that for now because he might have just passed right out again. Now, the fun part about adding little decals and things like this to the map is I don't know. I've said this before. I don't plan the strategy that my players are going to implement. I don't write strategies. I come up with like boss mechanics and encounters for them, and I let the players decide how they're going to handle them. So I don't deal with that. So I can tell you that some players for this are going to attempt to climb on the sarcophagus, and they'll have a fun revelation in doing that. All right. Okay, here we have floor cells. I'm thinking about what I could do with these. Because very fitting. Some of the ideas I have. Maybe that's a little excessive. I don't need to go all the way down. Okay. Here's a funky looking pillar. All right. I want to look with some gems. Put some gems around. Yeah. Little sparkly bits there. I don't want to get too carried away. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, let's move these. Okay, so now we have some, I can add a little bit of more flavor here. All right, I like that. That's a good one. I'm putting that just like in the back of the room there. This is I call it some burial cloth. I don't know quite what the. Okay, this one has a shadow. Now here's where I wish they had a different colored fire. You know, if I had a different colored fire, I could do all kinds of goody stuff, especially keep it with the theme of what I'm aiming for here. Aiming for like just a little campfire, an encampment. Ooh, bloodstains. Those are nice. we're gonna put a little bit of stain. Hmm. How do I want to do this? So I can actually use the blood stains. Can actually use them as a part of the boss fight. This is like fight engineering 101. You use subtle hints to indicate to the players like what's going on. And either they pick up on it or they don't. Subconsciously, they'll pick up on it. Consciously is a flip of a coin, which that's not my problem. Okay. Okay. So now what I want to do is get some tents in here. No tents that really fit the theme I'm going for here. Okay, all right. That'll do. And just do some of that. A lot of this is, while it is useful for cover for my players, is also operating or acting as obstructions for them. So they're not just going to have free reign over the entire map. This is a very big map. Most people could tell. It's actually going to get bigger because I'm going to put the other chambers in this room in this map or on this map. So it's all going to be condensed. That way I don't have to worry about flipping players from one sheet to another sheet. They're all on the same map, same place. I just drag and drop them to where they go. All right, and I'm going to run to the restroom, so I will be right back. Excuse me a moment. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for being patient. So, I don't think Graphics is coming back. I mean, I'll try calling him, see if he wants to hop on. Unless he passed the fuck out and was like, oh. Hey, buddy, you there?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Okay, now because you're actually talking.
Yeah, yes. I have to talk in order for you to hear me.
Yeah. Sound for a while. I'm thinking he's got food with that. That's why.
Okay. Well, would you like to hop on my stream at all?
Sure. I'm not sure I'm connected to do that. So you give me an invite, but sure. Sure, let me get that. This is saying, yeah, this week that time. Yeah, just I guess I'll join the invitation.
Yeah. Take that.
There's a site. Leave this program site. Okay.
Yeah, that's StreamYard. That's Nathan uses that for his streams that he does.
Okay. Well, I'm on the site, so let me see here. This tablet I was checking it out. I was just going to upload a movie to my page right now too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I was up last night. I was doing spring cleaning and I fucking fell asleep today. Okay, entering studio. Okay, yeah, I was just but I had a movie. I got a few movies to my page. All right, so I'm gonna enter the stream right now.
All right. And once you enter, I'll be able to add you.
Okay. What are you talking
about? Did I send you the right stream? Let me see if I gave you the right stream. That should be the right stream. Yeah, it looks like the right stream. Do you see me in the stream? Are you there? I don't know if your tablet disconnected you from Discord. The best production quality right here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there we go. And here's graphics. All right, I added you to the stream. Are you there, graphics? Can you hear? Those of you on...
Okay, what's up, Bruce?
There you go. All right. Shade or Niraj.
Okay.
Chat. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, graphics? Graphics?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you clear. Nice and clear. You're nice.
Okay, cool.
It sounds like you might be like lagged or delayed. I don't know if that's my end or your end. I don't know.
I don't know. I just paid my bill, so it should be up to speed. That's why I wasn't really doing a lot of shit because I was behind on my bill, so they slowed my service to wake me up to like pay your fucking bill, dude. So I did take care of that like before the holidays, so I should be okay now.
Well, I'm getting StreamYard is complaining to me connection is unstable. If you're on Wi-Fi, try plugging into your router or moving closer to it. And I'm like, I'm not on my Wi-Fi. I'm literally hardwired in, but I'm on like country bumpkin internet. So I'm like, I don't know if it's you, if it's me, I don't know.
Well, we'll figure it out. Yeah, I saw what happened in your area the other day with the Trump flag.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
There was a parade, I guess you guys throw in Philly once a year or something, and there was somebody there with a Trump flag, and some people jumped off the float to try and snatch the person's flag, and got punched in the face.
Oh wow!
And then more of them came off the float to surround the person with the Trump flag, but then all the Trump supporters surrounded them, saying, you can't take their flag because you don't like it.
Wow. That's crazy.
Some names came out. Some names came out from the list.
Yeah.
Well, we knew Bill Clinton was going to be there. And they tried to smut Trump up, but it already backfired because they're like,
every
oh,
name
see,
I heard
this what
that came out on the list did not surprise me at all. Like, I was like, we knew that person, we knew that person. Like, we knew of all these people. Like, none of this information that everyone, that a lot of people are talking about, it's like we already knew. What I'm curious about are the people we don't know. Like, all these other people on the list. It's like, who are these people? You know, what are their ties? What are their connections?
Yeah. All you did was confirm. I mean, now a name that was on there, I did say Naomi Campbell. That surprised me. She was on there. Naomi Campbell. Wait a minute. Yeah, I want to say Naomi Campbell. Yeah, the model. Yeah. Oprah Winfrey's name supposedly came out.
Well, Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah.
Oprah Winfrey. I saw. Okay. All right. I was about to lose my shit at OBS. We lost a connection there for a moment. So hopefully we're still streaming. But there were several people that didn't surprise me they were on the list. Oprah, she has this long history of being just like, I saw a montage of that on Twitter of her being next to one predator after another. And it's just like, holy crap. Like,
I remember she was best friend. Yeah, I remember she was best friends with Harvey Weinstein, and they said that she would even like bring girls to him, like to introduce him, like, hey, this is Harvey.
Yeah. Did you see that one guy, a black comedian guy? He went on this whole. What's that?
Oh, okay. I know Chris Rock's name supposedly came up too.
No, his name was like Cat Kennedy or something like that.
Oh, wait a minute, Cat Williams?
Maybe. He apparently was canceled years ago for.
Yes, Cat Williams, for telling the truth about the industry. Yeah, his name is Cat Williams. He was the pimp in the Last Friday movie with Ice Cube. His career kind of went down. Like, he did some movies with Ice Cube. He became like the comic relief in like a lot of Ice Cube movies, or a few of them. And he a few years ago, he told about the industry and he got blackballed. He was telling a joke, like the one Dave Chappelle told the other day, which was fucking hilarious about trans. Yes. That was hilarious. He was telling a joke like, always want to get into Hollywood, want always be in the industry, and then it's like a club that you got to stand outside and we got to wait to get inside and stuff. But then when you get inside, you see there's nothing there. There's like 1 or 2, 3 people there, and you're like, what the fuck? I thought this was like the big party inside. Yeah, he was talking bad about the industry.
Well, he was just talking about it either a day ago or 2 days ago. And he was talking specifically, I believe, about the client list. And he was saying how he was doing like a preacher sermon where he was going on.
That's what he does.
And he was talking about how for certain roles and gigs he had to do, someone had said to him, you have to do a sexual favor for it, right? And he said his response was no. And he's like, and I still got the part. And he's like, so I walk in, I see all these other dudes there. And I'm thinking to myself, what did they do? Because they had the same offer. I don't know what they did, but I know what I did. I was like, wow.
Yeah. It's like Candace Owens. She just said, like, back when I was a kid, when I used to see a commercial with a black person, I used to be, oh, wow, there's a black person in the commercial. I feel kind of special as a black person in the commercial. She goes, well, nowadays, when I see these commercials with black people, I just go, oh, DEI, affirmative action. Or her thing was like, I used to believe that these actors belonged in this commercial or this movie because they're there, they earned the part. But nowadays, because of DEI, it's like, oh, you're just there because of affirmative action. You probably wouldn't be there if it wasn't for affirmative action. It's not like how when we were kids, like when you saw blacks in movies, you could tell like them to watch it, they earned the right to be there instead of, oh, you have to put a black in the movie now because diversity reasons, but it's not diversity at all.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's funny when you look at these panels. It'd be like maybe four black people, one white girl, always a white liberal woman to be their moderator, and like maybe four black people on the panel. And they call that diversity. It's like that's not diversity. Or why?
Yeah,
Because you got like
I was just was reading on Mark Cuban on Twitter. He's going on about how DEI is a good thing and how every
no, it's
business
not.
does it. It's good business. And I'm over here having an aneurysm because I've had business classes. I've graduated business school, and I've worked in retail, right? So it's like I worked in management retail. So it's like I have seen how I see like his lips moving and he's just saying what's
The
shared in the
talking
company
points.
board meetings.
Yeah, you're just
Okay.
doing the talking points.
Yeah. It's like anyone who's been on a phone conference with corporate, okay, and you've been in phone conferences with their monthly or weekly meetings, okay, you understand this is them paying their lip service and they're expressing to you their goals or their either back to school sales, their Macy's sales, or I'm sorry, Christmas sales. Like they're telling you this is what our agenda is. Okay. So you're going to try
Yeah.
manipulating customers into doing this or doing that. Right. And so I'm listening to this guy explain this stuff. And I'm just like, okay, if you follow Milton Friedman's capitalist philosophy, diversity is good. Okay. Specifically, if someone has a skill that no one else on your team has. Okay. Like you want to hire that person, you want to actually use their skills to make your product better or make your company better. Right.
Yeah.
What Mark Cuban is talking about with DEI, which I rephrase that, it's actually DIE. That's the proper acronym. What he is referring to is an initiative which is to put down basically non-white people, put down white people and elevate non-white people.
Anything but white.
And, right, anything but white. And it's like, if you're over the age of 30, I'm going to say, because I'm 30. If you're over the age of 30, if you were raised at all in the 90s, if you've lived at all through the 90s and the early 2000s, you would recall, like if you watched NFL, if you watched the NFL, all right. Again, I'm a Philly guy. So
yeah,
you throw a dart at a board. You go to any Philadelphia bar, you're probably going to find a white guy there, at least one white guy. All right. You're going to find a bunch of blacks. You might find a Latino or a Hispanic or two, but you're going to have a lot of white, or you're going to find some white guys. Of these white guys, you're going to find they love the NFL. They absolutely are fanatical over the NFL. They're fanatical over, I think in Philly we have the Sixers. Okay, they're fanatical.
Yeah.
They're fanatical over the Flyers, right? Like they're fanatical over Philly sports teams. So with their fanaticism, do you think they give a crap what the skin color is of the players?
No, they just want good players on the teams.
Like whenever a Philly fan starts talking shit about anyone else, it's never about their skin. It's never about their skin. It's always, oh, this guy has an 0-4 score. Like, it compared to any other running back or quarterback or first baseman, this guy is the bottom of the entire league. Like, that's how they talk. Like,
that's why they rag on you by your performance.
Exactly. They target your qualifications and your proficiency. So again, when I listen to the DEI or the DIE, it's like you guys don't target that. That's never in the forefront of what you talk about. It's we need a woman in this position. We need a man in this position, or we need a black person in this position, or we need a person of color in this position. Like
Exactly.
it's never, oh, this guy worked on the movie Inception, so he is qualified to make this movie about interdimensional space travel, or this guy worked on the most recent railgun that the U.S. Navy is using. Therefore, he's qualified. Disconnected. Okay, thanks, OBS. So this guy worked on a railgun. Therefore, he's qualified to work on this project. New AR-15 platform. Like your qualification should be at the forefront. When we go to a job to get interviewed, part of the understanding of this interview is, what are your qualifications? What are your skills? What are you bringing to the company that we're going to hire you on?
That we're lacking right now.
Right. My old boss, because of all this woke stuff that's being pushed and the DEI, because of all this being pushed, he got the message loud and clear. Corporate demanded that he hire, at least as part of their initiative, their corporate initiative, every store has to hire at least 2 LGBT people. Has to happen. So my boss, being smart, he aimed to hire 4 of them. He aimed to hire 4. Okay. Not for any, not because he likes them or he favors them. He has no care. To him, an employee is an employee. You either do the job or you don't do the job.
Okay? Yeah, like don't bring your activism to work. Just come to work, and we got a problem with you.
Right. So he's looking at it as, okay, the corporate structure has given him a goal. All right, this is what you got to do. So he aims to overshoot the goal. And predictably, this is what happened in this entire scenario here. He ended up having problems with these people. Okay, they don't show up to work on time. They cause all kinds of drama. They try to date fellow employees and coworkers, and they start spreading drama from that. And so he doesn't care. It's like, okay, I don't care what you do in your personal time. I don't care. I want you to just do your job. So reason why he hires 4 and not 1 or 2 is because if he hits
a pattern.
If he gets 2, he gets the corporate benefits. The corporate's like, oh, hey, we're going to give you a $500 bonus to your check. Okay, or your store gets an extra $1,000 or $5,000 to its budget, right? So it's like, okay, cool. If that's free money you're offering, all I got to do is hire some guy. I can hire them, and then I don't have to schedule them. Or maybe I schedule them 1 day of an entire week until they eventually leave. And then, funny enough, I have an entire list of these people that I can just keep and cycling in and out. And it's like, you're not helping anybody. You're not improving society. You're not doing anything for anyone by cycling them through this machine. But that's the engineered system that these idiots like Mark Cuban are pushing for. He's looking at it like, oh, look, my company employs 500 trans people. It's like, oh, look at me. I'm very diverse. I'm very inclusive. Yeah. How many of those trans people actually have a good job? How many of those trans people actually work? How many of them actually have to go through the daily grind that everyone else has to go through? Okay. I'm not putting them down. That's not my goal of what I'm saying right now. Okay. What I'm going on about is it's a bunch of posturing and virtue signaling that doesn't mean anything to any of us real people. Okay. It's like, you should look at these people as real people who they want to just exist and they want to do their daily grind, go home and live their life. And Mark Cuban doesn't see that. He's a complete moron as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Agreed.
Sorry, you got me off on a tangent there.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. what happens when we talk? Sometimes we go somewhere else with it.
Yeah. You missed it earlier. I was talking about Indiana Jones. And
Oh,
I know
boy.
you're going to be like, I don't want to talk about pop culture.
No,
But,
I'll talk about it, but for the record, there's only 3 Indiana Jones movies, so we can talk about like these fan fictions. We don't count those, but there's only 3 official Indiana Jones movies. At the Last Crusade, that's all fan fiction.
hold up, we have Niraj in the chat.
Uh,
Yeah, movies have dropped off because the ethnicity of the actors is the point and not the story. Right, exactly.
bingo, and bingo was his name. Oh, yeah,
And, there's this drama that's going on with this YouTube channel that what's it called? His name's Star Wars Theory. And
oh yeah, I heard about the shit with Mark Hamill lately, right?
no, this is a new one. He apparently came out with a video.
Oh, hold on, Bruce.
What's that?
No, I'm just saying I heard about the recent shit he got into with Mark Hamill.
Yeah, this is something more recent than that. So
yeah.
He came out with a video saying that he's like done with Disney, done with Star Wars, and he goes on this explanation as to why he's upset with Star Wars, and that's because of their new director of the Rey movies.
Shit. So
he's upset about.
Hey, sorry. Hey, my fucking.
I hear you.
Hey, repeat that because my Wi-Fi went out just when you were. I couldn't hear you though, so I didn't hear what you said. It just happened recently. Because So just repeat that for me again.
So Disney placed this new director for Star Wars for the new Rey movies. Okay, so this is a new director for the Rey movies, and Star Wars Theories is like, okay, I'm done with Star Wars. I'm just done. I'm done. And so a bunch of people are coming after him, attacking him over it, saying, oh, he's misogynistic because now we have a female director for Star Wars. We have like our first female director ever for Star Wars, ever, right?
No.
And there he goes. He dropped out. Oh, and he's back. Are you back, graphics? You good, graphics? You there?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm waiting for you to talk.
You dropped out. You dropped out for a moment there.
Okay.
So,
sorry about that.
So Disney is parading it out. Oh, it's the first
Stunning and brave. So stunning and brave. We're so stunning and brave.
Yes, all the buzzwords. So people are calling him misogynistic, and
because I can see where this is going.
I'm like, okay. Did you even bother to ask Star Wars Theory? Just ask him. What does he think of Ahsoka Tano? What does he think of Padme Amidala? What does he think about Asajj Ventress? What does he think about Mara Jade? Okay, these are female characters. Okay, you can ask him about Rey Palpatine if you want. You can, fine, go ahead. All right, they won't because they're ideologically driven not to hear the other side. Because if they start to ask him questions like, well, let me prove that he is misogynistic. You don't like Mara Jade, right? No, I love Mara Jade. She's a great character. What do you think about Asajj Ventress? She's a great villain. She's probably one of the best. She's probably one of my favorite villains in all of Star Wars. Okay, and that's saying something because she's up against Count Dooku, General Grievous, Boba Fett, Jango Fett. And it's like, like this is the brain rot that Disney has promoted. This is the brain rot that these companies in Hollywood are pushing. And it's baffling to me. And it hurts my brain as a writer because it's like, I went through a list of just Star Wars characters, female Star Wars characters. And I'm like, there's a lot more that no one knows about. Like, there's a lot more. I'm drawing a blank on this one girl. I think her name is Sherry or Shira. Not to be confused with Shira Bree, but it's like Sherry or Shira, who was a romantic interest for Luke in the comics. And it's like, she is a great character. solid person. Interesting. Very fascinating. There is a Bria Theron. Okay. I personally don't like Bria Theron as like a person, but in terms of how she was written, her character, all of that, fantastic character, well written. So it's like there's these different female characters that, because they're not in a movie, because they're not put on a screen, and people don't have accessibility to either comic books or the video games or the books, it's like, oh, you must be misogynistic if you don't want women in Star Wars. And it's like, hold up, I'm willing to bet you that he would have no problem at all, Star Wars Theory would have no problem at all telling you how he feels about Bo-Katan. He'd probably say, hey, she was great in the series. He might say that she's a traitor. I don't know. All right. He might say Satine is awesome. Satine is awesome. He might, if you talk to him about KOTOR, the Knights of the Old Republic, he might say, oh, Bastila Shan is freaking awesome. She's the epic I win button. You still there with me, graphics? You just letting me rant. We have Niraj. Stunning and brave isn't the worst of it. The director has publicly come out saying that her whole shtick is making men uncomfortable because we have bad attitudes. And that's even more. That's even more of the dumbness. It's like, okay, we're gonna target a group of people because, or I'm going to target a group of people because I don't like them. It's like, what type of, hey, Mark Cuban, where is this marketing strategy? Can you explain to me this marketing strategy?
Why is this ticket all coming on, man? Okay.
You're back. You're back.
Okay, I'm back.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can.
What I've been trying to say edgewise, this is why you went on your rant, because I'm like, I didn't realize I wasn't there. Look, the main thing that people do not want to address, which is why I think Star Wars Theory said I'm done, is because now it's starting to slowly be said, but it was misogynist to say this. Star Wars is a male space, okay? Women, you're more than invited to join us and watch Star, but this is a male space dominated by males. And what Star Wars Theory is sick of is growing up with this, knowing that your main characters were always Luke's or the Hans or the male representation in the shit, because it was made for guys, soft enough for women, but made for guys. So we enjoyed it, but now you're going nowhere but female-centric with everything you're doing. It's like you're forgetting guys are even in the Star Wars universe because you keep trying to promote the females. And people are getting sick of that all across the board. Not with just Star Wars, but with Marvel, with anything you see where, like, even look at Batwoman. I found out the reason why Batwoman was made was because for some reason Warner Brothers still had to stick up their ass, wouldn't let them use they wanted to make a Batman series. But they're told, oh, you can't use the character. You can use any other character from the lore, but you can't use Batman himself. So that's why they make the show.
You're talking about the TV series.
Yes, Batwoman, the TV series Batwoman. So they ended up deciding to use Batwoman instead and kind of took a shit on Batman on the show because they were kind of pissed still because they wouldn't let them use Batman. That's what they wanted, but they were told, no, you can't use Batman. Because only TV show that I've seen of recent lore that was able to use Batman was Gotham. That was the only one. Every other show is like you dance around the Batman. I mean, it's like you watch the show and the only reason why I'm watching this show is because it's related to Batman. I'm hoping he has an appearance. I hope that they talk about him. Are they going to hint to him in the future in the movie show?
It was the third episode. The third episode of CW Flash. The third episode when Barry begins to question how he does superheroing because his idol up to that point was Green Arrow. And Green Arrow is basically Batman in that show. Okay. So
yeah. Oh, that's another show. By the way, shit, okay. By another, they wanted to use Batman for that show, and they were told back then, no, you can't use Batman. So they said, okay, that's why if you notice, a lot of Green Arrow, and even in the comic book, not to cut you off, Bruce, but that's what you're saying. A lot of Green Arrow's villains are Batman's villains. So that's why it was easier to just replace Batman with Green Arrow. Say, okay, we still want to use the premise of using Batman's villains and say, okay, we use Green Arrow because Green Arrow's kind of in the Batman lore to where, even in that trailer, Arkham Origins, where Batman goes into that fucking where they, he jumps those dudes and he looks at the case and it says McQueen Industries. Well, Green Arrow's in this universe because him and Batman are somewhat connected.
Yes. So, where was I?
About Green Arrow.
So Green Arrow is basically Batman of that universe, and he's been Barry's inspiration for why he's trying to be a superhero. Okay. And in the third episode, Thawne tells Barry, listen, Barry, you aren't a dark hero. You're not the darkness in society. You're not there to be like these other people. And then he fucking name drops. What Batman does is carry out a divine reckoning. That is not you, Barry. You are inspiration. You are hope. You are a brighter future. And you find out the reason why he's telling Barry this is because he's the villain, but he needs Barry to regain powers. So he can't half-ass Barry getting his powers back. Okay, he has to make the Flash become the Flash that he knows in his
inspire the Flash. Yeah, to inspire him to be the Flash. To make
sure that Barry is built up to his full power, so that when Barry gets his power and he opens the Speed Force, he now has access to his Speed Force again. Because if he chintzes on it just a little bit, Barry won't be able to open the Speed Force. He won't be able to do what he needs him to do to regain his powers. So it's a fantastic setup for Flash season 1. Like, the entire season was well done. As I think I've said, Flash CW Flash was good, in my opinion, up to season 5. All right, but where it starts to get repetitive is around season 3. Okay, but season 1 is phenomenal. It has it makes you want to keep watching.
Yeah. See, the Deathstroke season to me the
Go on. Are you still there? I think you might have dropped.
Hey, Bruce.
There you go. Now you're talking.
To me, after the Death, can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear? Okay. All right. The season where the show dipped to me was after the Deathstroke season. Like, to me, the Deathstroke, and there's not too many people more dangerous than Deathstroke in DC comic book lore. And the fact that he was taking on Deathstroke was huge to me in Arrow.
2 of Arrow.
Oh, that was, yeah. And then season 3, they brought Deathstroke back, but it wasn't the same. It's like, because the whole season, Deathstroke was the villain. And they just, I saw from the get-go when they were doing the flashbacks to the island, I was like, oh shit, that's Deathstroke. And I'm watching it with a bunch of people who, they're just watching to be watching it. They're interested, but they don't know the lore. So when I see Deathstroke, I'm like, oh shit, who's Deathstroke? I'm like, oh, it's this dude he's a beast. Deathstroke is a beast. And the fact that Arrow had to take him on, of course, lose, because, this Deathstroke. That's like something when it happens, you don't go, Barry lost to him. You just take it as, Barry lost to Deathstroke in the fight. Yeah, kind of expected that. I mean, not Barry, but his name from Green Arrow, Ollie. Yeah, Ollie lost Deathstroke. Okay, well, that's expected. I mean, Batman sometimes loses the Deathstroke. So, they really wanted to use the Batman character in both those shows, but they were shut down. And that's why the show still has a Batman aesthetic to it, but it just has everything but the main thing you want. Batman.
Yep.
That's exactly. The main thing you want the show. I mean, it's cool that you name drop him. It's cool that he's fighting. I mean, actually, to me, it's not really cool to fight Batman villains. It's like, why am I watching a B-list hero fighting Batman's A-list villains? What is going on here? I mean, realistically, Batman should be fighting his villains. And Warner Brothers has a stick up their fucking ass where when it comes to the TV shows, you're not allowed to use Batman. But when it comes to a doofy-ass movie like Batgirl, you can use Batman. But they make a movie so horrible, the studio goes, you know what? We can't put this shit out. It'll disperse when the studio realized this film will taint the name of it. And that's what they said in their statement. Like, this would taint the name of the characters involved, mainly Batman, our number one cash cow. So we are not going to take the Batman lore with this feminist garbage where you somehow find a way to make Batgirl replace Batman as the protector of Gotham for a whole movie. are you fucking kidding me? I was just thinking today about the Alicia Silverstone Batgirl and how that was such a horribly written Batgirl. First of all, she's not Alfred's niece. Second of all, Alfred would not betray Bruce Wayne's confidence by telling these, oh yeah, by the way, niece, Bruce Wayne's Batman. I mean, come on. I mean, you just you talk about bad writing. Batman and Robin to me is still the worst comic book movie of all time, and we've had some bad ones recently.
I like pointing out
think
that
it's campy fun.
at my job for the old training videos, we used to get VHS training videos. So you'd have a VHS and then you'd have the VHS tape that you'd put in, and it would be your training. You just watch the TV, and typically you'd do this for like sexual harassment. You would do this for safety protocol and such like that, right? Now we have computers, so everything's on the computer. But my boss had in the break room with this TV and the VHS, he had as the demo tape. Anyone who's used a VHS, you know that sometimes a VHS player will eat the tape. Okay, you put the tape in, it doesn't play, then you tell it to eject, and the film gets caught up inside it, and then you're wrestling.
Yeah, and you got to find a way to get out.
So my boss had as the demo tape. All right, so a demo tape you would use to see if the player is going to
the guinea pig. Yeah, the guinea pig.
Yes. He had Batman and Robin as the demo tape.
Yeah, nice. Because
that's what you do.
Yeah, no big loss.
You don't care about. You're like, this is a garbage film. I don't care if it eats it or not.
That movie was such garbage tier from day one. That's what killed the Batman franchise for years until Nolan took over.
Yes.
Was that movie. Yes. Because that movie, I mean, Bane was, it took for Christopher Nolan to like really reclaim Bane for like us conscious Batman readers who don't think of him as a big hulking brute that has no intelligence at all. When Bane is like one of the most tactful enemies Batman has ever had. I mean, Nightfall is one of the greatest storylines of all time. Where if you I don't know if you remember Nightfall, but it was like a third. I
love reading it.
Yeah, I think it's like a 30-issue arc or something like that, where if you look at the Batman symbol where it says Nightfall, you see, I noticed it from the get-go, you start seeing an eclipse go over the Bat symbol. And by the end of the story where Bane breaks his back, the entire Bat symbol has been eclipsed. And the story, I mean, it showed how Bane used his brain, realizing, okay, one-on-one Batman has a good chance against me. He's a realistic dude. He's like, okay, I want the upper hand on Batman. So what I'm going to do is, in one night, I'm going to release all his top villains, and he will not have a night to rest because all his top villains are out there, and where they all have their own plans. If he leaves them to stew, they could do something really bad to Gotham. So he has to capture them immediately. And all of them are pretty much out, and he had to fight all night to fight. I mean, in every issue, you can see how Batman was getting weaker and weaker, but he was still fighting on, you know? I mean, then when he gets to the Batcave for Bane to break his back easily, I mean, it just, I mean, fucking, that became Batman's legend. That's why he is known as the man that broke the bat, because Bane became legend the night he broke Batman's back. He became legend.
There are a lot of iconic moments from Nightfall that I absolutely love. One of them I like to point out is when Bane meets, quote unquote Batman for the first time. He immediately knows it's not Batman. He's like, "You're not Batman." Actually, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken, because the first time he does meet Batman, Batman knows he's Bane. And Batman's like, "You're Bane." And he's like, "And you're Batman. And I'm going to break you." And Batman's like, yeah, get in line. Like, Batman just completely, like, pushes him off. And he's like, "I'm going to stop you." And then I forget why, but Batman got pulled away from dealing with Bane. Bane was like, I think Bane said something like, like, "I'm going to kill you" or something. And Batman was like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." And Bane was surprised that Batman didn't just kill him right there. Bane was like, what? Wait, you're the ruler of Gotham. The entire city bows to your power, and you're not going to kill me? Like, are you insulting me? Like, what is this? And then he realizes that Batman doesn't kill anyone. And he's like, what? Why not? And so he sets out on his mission to try and understand, why doesn't Batman kill anyone? Because again, he comes from a prison mindset that you kill your foe to teach them a lesson. You teach them respect. And Batman, his method of gaining respect is the opposite of that. Like, he doesn't kill and he gets respect anyway. So it's an alien concept to Bane. And that's where you have the iconic line he says, where he says, once I understand why he doesn't kill, then I will kill you. And it's beautifully done. And the other moment was, like I said before, when he meets John Paul Valley in the cowl. And John Paul Valley is able to deceive Gordon. He's able to deceive Tim Drake. He's able to convince Bruce Wayne. And he's able to, I think, convince Alfred. But he meets Bane, and Bane's like, "You're not Batman." Just instantly knows it. Instantly. And John Paul Valley's like, "I don't know what you're talking about." And he's like, "Okay, you can play dumb, but I know the Bat when I see him."
Yeah, they did. To me, in the Christopher Nolan movie, they did a good first meeting between Bane and Batman, when he was like describing, when he told him, "I know who you are," and we're like brothers of the same thing, except I'm a little bit more cut from a different cloth than you. I'm a little bit more aggressive than you are. But yeah, Bane is willing to kill, and I didn't see Bane's character. Once again, I grew up G1 with these characters, so certain characters come along a dime a dozen. Like for Spider-Man, I didn't see how big I remember when Venom first came out, when Todd McFarlane first drew Venom, and I thought Venom would be just like a throwaway villain, like, okay, a new Spider-Man villain, yay, but then Venom just stuck. I think it was because of the symbiote costume, because when people find out about that symbiote costume, that symbiote costume has rich lore in Spider-Man. It's like, now it's known for Venom, but originally Spider-Man wore it, and Spider-Man looked so cool when he wore it. I love that became my favorite Spider-Man costume. I at first I didn't like it, Bruce, because I'm like, I don't like change. And I'm like, you change the Spider-Man's costume? What the fuck? And it's all black now. But the more,
comic branding is based on, it's heavily influenced by marketing and being iconic.
Yeah. And Spider-Man's original costume is iconic. I mean, you look at it, everybody knows what it is. Everybody knows who it is,
Yep.
Just like I say with the Superman S.
You paint it black, people are going to say, "Oh, what is this? Like the Chinese knockoff version?"
Yeah, exactly. What is this? But then to me, Spider-Man's most iconic story came in that costume, Kraven's Last Hunt. That's like to me, that's my personal favorite. I show it people all the time. I might have to put up my page tonight when I go back to Twitter. Is, to me, my favorite Spider-Man cover of all time, most iconic cover, is from Kraven's Last Hunt, where after Spider-Man's been put down for a couple of weeks and he's been buried in the ground and shit, he starts digging his way out the ground to escape. And on the cover, the issue is called Resurrection, and it just shows Spider-Man coming out the grave, and it shows like lightning behind him and everything, raining, and like a gloomy for a Spider-Man cover. Come on. Spider-Man's like one of the most cheeriest superheroes there is. I mean, amongst the three, Superman's a Boy Scout, which kind of makes him dull, but he's still Superman. You got to respect the dude. Batman is like the cool one because he's an anti-hero who's like by any means necessary, like Malcolm X type of shit. And Spider-Man was always the jovial one. That's why, as a kid, most kids gravitate towards Spider-Man because he tells jokes. He makes it fun to watch his adventures, and he's like a lighthearted hero. But to have this cover from Web of Spider-Man, issue number 32, all black, and it with a tombstone saying, "Here lies Spider-Man, killed by Kraven the Hunter," and you see Spider-Man coming out the grave like a zombie. I'm like, this is the greatest Spider-Man cover ever. Because they've tried to emulate it by making dark covers, but no cover ever come close to the Resurrection cover, and it's so iconic. They started doing it with other heroes because originally, I found out that story was meant for Batman. Did you know that?
No, I did not. I didn't read Kraven's Last Hunt or whatever with
Yeah, the reason why it became iconic, besides what happened to Spider-Man, is what happened to Kraven. It was like, because this was in the 1980s when this came out, so we didn't have spoiler alerts, we didn't have spoiler warnings. You just like went into something and you just like watched it or read it until it was through and found out what happened. Well, towards the end of the story, after Spider-Man comes back and he's going to fight Craven, and Craven releases another one of Spider-Man's enemies into the city who's kind of dangerous. So Spider-Man says, "Okay, I'm going to go deal with him first, and I'll be back for you." And Craven's like, "And I'll be here waiting, Spider-Man." So when Spider-Man leaves, he walks to his house. The whole story was about him, like, wanting to prove he can beat Spider-Man. That was the whole story was about. He just wanted to beat Spider-Man at least one time. He's like, "Spider-Man's my last conquest, and my soul won't be at rest until I defeat Spider-Man." So he defeated Spider-Man in the story. So took his spot for a minute, but at the end, he was like, "Okay, I fulfilled everything I wanted to do in life." And there's a picture of him as a kid with his mom and dad, right? And he looks at the picture. Then he gets his rifle, and they just show a silhouette. He puts the rifle to his mouth. And then you just hear blam, and then you see Craven fall into the casket, blood everywhere. You see his hands sticking out of the casket. And for kids, that was shocking. In a Spider-Man comic. And I was like, what the fuck? It became controversial because like there was a suicide in a Spider-Man comic, and there was no forewarning. There was no telling you that you didn't see it going there. You just like, what's Craven up to? And he just blows his brains out in the comic and kills himself. And it wasn't like no gimmick, wasn't no ploy, because Craven didn't come back for like 20-something years. He was really dead. It wasn't like, a gimmick like, oh, in 3 months, Craven the Hunter's back. No, he was dead for like 20-something years until they recently, because they want to.
That's where you get an all-star like Denny O'Neil, who you're like, hey, I want to bring this character back. And he's going to give you the death's glare of, you want to bring who back? Oh, I'm going to bring Craven back. He's a really cool villain. You realize we gave him a fantastic ending. And if you bring him back,
you will water that down.
If you bring him back, you are going to destroy and anger a lot of fans and their hype. Okay?
Yep.
They do not like to be played with things like that. So if you're bringing him back, you had better have a damn good fucking story to explain why he is back.
Yeah, why is he alive again after that great arc where he killed himself?
Yeah, imagine Gwen Stacy's death, and then the following issue, the very next issue, she's back alive.
Yeah, it just didn't take you out from the whole death. Yeah, you destroyed the whole story of the death line. Like Gwen Stacy. That's why I don't like Spider-Gwen, because I'm like, okay, so you found a way to bring Gwen. Oh, but it's an alternate universe Gwen Stacy. I'm like, but it's still the Gwen Stacy character who's been dead since the 1960s or the 1970s. She's been dead, and now you want to bring her back and make her a spider person? Oh, come on. You guys have no talent anymore.
In my opinion, the better route for something like that with Gwen Stacy is just make it that she didn't die in this timeline. No, that's not hard, right? Like, it's the most easiest thing to do. Just don't do that storyline for her. Okay, don't have Peter Parker go through that whole arc.
Yeah, this is one timeline where it doesn't happen.
In this timeline. And it's like, to comic fans, we get it. It's like, and then we begin to talk about that. Like, hey, imagine what would happen if Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man went through the Gwen Stacy arc where she died.
It would crush him too. It would damn near break him. Like all Peters are broken by it. It don't matter which Spider-Man it is. It could be like, no, he's not going to. He's going to be crushed. Whatever Peter Parker that happens to, from Tobey to Tom Holland to whoever, if they ever go to that Gwen Stacy storyline, trust me, their Peter Parker is going to be completely devastated and crushed.
Right. And it's like that's something that your comic fans can talk about. They can argue about it till they're blue in the face, and it's positive. It's a good thing. They're the ones talking about the what ifs. All right? Like, you want them doing that. You want your fans talking about your project with excitement and energy and enthusiasm. And we don't
have that.
Instead, we have fans that are talking about how terrible the writing is. It's like,
how Miles Morales is not Spider-Man.
Here's Mark Cuban. God damn it.
Yeah, well, while Miles Morales is not Spider-Man, while Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Miles Morales is Miles Morales. You have to explain this to people. It's like, because first of all, look, every time, and this is why I get mad where Dan is like, oh, multiverse, different characters. Like, no, what they're doing is making derivatives of the original. And every time you make a fucking derivative, you water down the original. It's like, the disrespect they have for Peter Parker now, even in this new Insomniac game, where I don't know why I do this, Miles. You're the better Spider-Man, and all this bullshit. And Mary Jane getting missions on her own, like if she's a spider person or she's his fucking girlfriend. She's meant to be a damsel in distress. Stop trying to make her a girl boss. The way you fucking watered down the Peter Parker character is disgusting to me. And the way you just like are trying to replace him, like you're outright replacing him with Miles in the next game, which trust me, will be the biggest flop in your company's history because you're going to put a lot of money into this game. They said they put $300 million into this last Spider-Man game, and a lot of people were saying, well, where is it? Because they did a lot of disrespectful things, like they tried to do the Latinx shit in the game where like Latino people were like, what the fuck is this, man?
Let me throw in here what Niraj says. He says, not to mention how the feminist message is off. Third wave feminism has lost the point. It's still just trying to keep itself alive to have something to attack. The hero losing to the villain for the first one or two encounters and learning usually makes for a better plot for the story also. All right. And I know we said those a while ago when we were talking about Flash and we were talking about Star Wars, but you're relevant to what you're talking about right now. And it's like, this is a consistent thing with storytelling and story elements. And I mean, you and I have talked about Static Shock before.
Yes, we have.
Static Shock, as far as I know, I could be wrong. I easily could be wrong. Okay, I know he was created specifically to target a young black audience in the early.
But look at how it was done. I mean, the only way it was thrown in his face was when you saw his skin color. They didn't make a huge. I mean, they had special episodes that dealt with racism, but overall, they just said, here's a new hero. Then they go, here's a new black hero for representation and blah. No, they say, here's a new hero. He's a teenage kid from fucking New York, and he's black.
Exactly. This is a character who we as kids got introduced to. I was a kid when he came out. I was a kid. So, like, it wasn't shoved in our face. Hey, here's a black superhero. Look, guys, he's black. Did you notice that he is black? It's like
it was organic. It was more organic.
It was, hey, do you like Batman and Superman? Yes. Okay. We're coming out with Batman Beyond. And we're coming out with Static Shock. You're like, cool. Who's that? And I don't know who Batman Beyond is. Like, what is this about? So like you're getting into these two different shows and you don't know either character. You don't know anything about either of them. But you're getting into it and you're now learning about who they are. And it's organic. It feels genuine. It's like this is great. But with Static Shock, in hindsight, being an adult looking at it, some marketing survey had come out and said, hey, the demographics for our Saturday morning cartoons, it doesn't matter which station, if it's Fox, where they're watching Spider-Man and X-Men, or if it's WB, where they're watching Pokemon and Batman, a large portion of them are black households. So now would be a good time to come out with a superhero that's black, that they will connect with, that they can relate to. So, hey, get to the writing room, come up with this character. We need something to fill this niche. And it's like they caught lightning in a bottle when they did that. Now, I don't want to say lightning in a bottle necessarily. It's lightning in a bottle to today's standards. But back then, it was just like simple practice. It was like it was logic. It's capitalism. Yeah. There is a void in the market. Fill it. And at that time, it was like, we don't have any black superheroes in our lineup. So who's like, we have this demographic, which they're fine watching Gargoyles. They're fine watching DuckTales and Mighty Ducks. Like they're fine watching those things, but it's not in the superhero genre. Yeah.
Yeah, Static represented a good little niche they took advantage of, and they did it. It was more organic. It was done organically, you could do it because people don't mind. But when you like shove it down their throats, like if you don't watch this, you're a misogynist, or if you hate it because of that, you turn people off to where people will not give it a chance now because you're fucking crying so hard about it. You're like you're turning fans off to it. Like with Batwoman, it was all the direct shots at Batman. Like, oh, a man shouldn't take credit for a woman's job. bitch, you run around Gotham City wearing his costume, and you think people gonna think you somebody else. No, they think you're Batman, you dumb bitch.
Yep.
You know, the whole show
Niraj
was just
said-
disrespectful to Batman.
Niraj says, and even with them looking at it through the demographics, they still implemented it in an intelligent way that didn't make the character's ethnicity the entire point, which is why it worked. Exactly.
Yeah. To where you'll have one episode about racism. Yeah, they'll address that issue, but they won't make the whole show revolve around this shit. You know, any other episode is just him fighting a villain, and his race don't come up. It's just like he's fighting other teenagers usually. So you know, it's a high school thing first of all. So it's not about race. It's about just who's a bully and who's not.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
And these guys.
Sorry,
and a lot of guys who got power in the show was his bullies. All his bullies got power, so that's why it became natural for him to fight against. Because now he's on even kill with them now, having powers himself. You know, and it was about that. And there was white villains he had, you know, black ones. You know, I mean, it was like running the gamut. And it went, like I said, it wasn't really about race. And that's why I like Spawn too, because Todd McFarlane. Because when you remember a while ago, you said name a black superhero, and I said Spawn, and you were like, damn, you're right. Spawn is black. You don't think about that because Tommy Farley never made it about him being black. Yes. He's never made Spawn about him being black. You know, he always has Spawn with his mask on, to where a lot of people, unless you know who the Spawn character is, you don't know what he looks like underneath that mask or what his ethnicity is. And a lot of people just assume he's white since he was created by a white guy. You know, but this white guy decided to make the hero black, and that's what made Spawn you stand out for years. Was he was like a major, like when because you know Black Panther and Falcon, they're having a resurgence to where you know Marvel was doing good things with them, but for a long time they were dormant franchises. They were quiet. Power Man, Falcon, Black Panther, they were quiet. They were around in Marvel Comics, but they were being shown. Just like it was like just the Spider-Mans and shit that were being shown. But when Spawn came out, he just took over the market. It's like, damn, a black superhero. And for a long time, it was only Spawn holding it down for black superheroes until Marvel was like, you know what, let's do something with these black characters. Let's do something with Black Panther again. Let's make it more relevant in the current Marvel's landscape, you know? Yeah, I think Spawn can start a lot of that shit in comic books because Todd McFarlane showed that if you do it right and don't make it about race, you can have a black character that can become. I mean, Spawn is beloved now. Spawn is one of the top 10 superheroes of all time now. You know, yes. and you know, and a lot of people don't know his.
That's more marketing data for Spawn, because at the time, all right, you can look at some of the most popular characters, and I know comic fans would have an aneurysm for me comparing them, but from a story writing perspective, they're all the same: Cable, Deathstroke, Deadpool, Spawn, Punisher. All five of those characters are effectively the same, okay? And I'd even throw in Boba Fett into that mix, okay? They're effectively the same character. There's some sort of hunter with an arsenal of weaponry that is a badass, okay? When you drop them into a story, they're a badass.
You know who the prototype for that factor in comic books was? I mean, amongst the big three who, you know, are the biggest characters in comic books history, that would be Batman. That would be like the anti-hero like chart who, like, you know, he's, like you say, geared up, ready for everything, experienced. I mean, he's a good guy, but he doesn't do good things at all times. I mean, yeah, that's just pretty much describing Batman. And I mean, amongst the big three, him and Superman and Spider-Man, that would be the prototype that you would say like those characters are more based on or related to, like a Punisher. You know, like he's like a Batman who's just like super violent. You know, and in Cable, he's like a Batman from the future with all his gadgets and shit that he's got, you know. Yes. And just the simple attitude of these characters. It's their attitude that defines them and makes them different. Like Batman, you can literally look and see now and see, is Batman kind of crazy himself because he dresses as a bat fighting crime, and all the people he fought against, most of them were created in response to trying to want to fight him. So but then you look at the Batman like, well, he's a keen mind. Yeah, I mean, he's just the smartest guy in the room usually. So, I mean, he can dress however he wants to. When you're the smartest guy in the room, you can dress however you want to because you can prove that you're intellectually better than anybody near you, even your villains, especially the ones who like to play mind games like the Riddler and shit, who get shocked every time Batman solves this shit. We're like, how this simple mind simpleton figure my riddle? No, he's not a simple mind. He's the smartest motherfucker in the room. And you keep challenging his intelligence. And he's like, okay, before I catch you, I'll just break this riddle to show you that you're not smarter than me.
Yep. I pointed out on the Twitter, there was that episode Trial for the Batman animated series.
Well, he was on trial and the Joker was a judge.
Yes. Yeah,
that's a classic episode. And then they found him innocent. It's like you're found innocent. It's like, yeah, but innocent is not what you think we mean. We changed the whole thing. Yeah, you're innocent. So that means you're a horrible person because you're actually a good guy and we're a bunch of villains.
Yeah. And I'm saying that part of what I loved about that episode was the fact that Batman could have escaped at any point in time. Any point in time. What he was doing was he was trying to teach the new DA, Janet Van Dorn, that you can't reason with insane people. You can't reason with them. They don't understand or speak rational thoughts like normal people.
Don't.
They don't learn the way normal people learn. All right. They learn, and this is something I constantly have to emphasize to people when I talk to them, especially when I argue with them on TwitTwat, is
oh boy,
you don't help someone by reinforcing their delusion. Like that's like psychology number 1. Well, probably number 2. But like you're not helping by telling someone, hey, keep believing that this invisible man is out to kill you. Like keep believing this guy's out there. Like, no, that's not helping the person.
Hey Bruce, did you hear Dave's latest joke he just told, which was hilarious?
Yes.
When he was like, I went to go meet Jim Carrey. And Norm Macdonald took me to go meet Jim Carrey. And I was like, cool, man, I'm going to meet Jim Carrey. And he was doing this movie called Man in the Moon. And when I went to go meet Jim, he was like, nah, he called him Andy. He was playing Andy Kaufman, so he wanted people to refer to him as Andy. And I'm like, but this is Jim Carrey. I'm looking at him. I see it's Jim Carrey. I know it's Jim Carrey. But he's telling me to call him Andy. So I'm like, all right. He said, I'm going to tell you right now, I was fucked up because I wanted to be Jim Carrey. And he was Andy Kaufman. And I'm sitting here looking at him like, man, this is fucking Jim Carrey. But he wanted to be called Andy. I say that all to say, that's what trans people remind me of. Oh my God, that was brilliant. Like, you look at it like, I know you a man. You got a penis. You're a man. But you want me to call you a woman. Yeah, how's that go? Like you said, when you don't like these fat, I haven't talked to you since this came out. These fat influencers, remember, like for a little while there was like this fat body positive movement where these people who were like 500 pounds overweight were like, oh, I'm living life to the fullest as a big person. Yeah, this is healthy. And you have magazines like Cosmopolitan putting fat girls on the cover saying this is what healthy looks like nowadays, and they're obesely overweight. Well, you come to find out that all those influencers who are growing that shit are all dead. Blair White, all of them are dead. All of them are dead. Blair White, which I know you know who Blair White is. Blair White put a video out that went viral where Blair White's at the bottom, right? And she's got the she'll play clips of these fat influencers going, "Hi, people try to shame me for being fat, but I love being fat." And then Blair White will start the video and she go, "She's dead." And then the next person will be like, "Hi, who you want to get supersized? Let's get supersized." Blair stops the clip, goes, "She's dead." And then they show this dude who was eating a big old Fruit Loop, right? Like, "Oh, I'm eating the world's biggest Fruit Loop." And she stops the video and says, "He's dead too." And then they show this one girl who's like going on a podcast saying, "Join me on my podcast of our life in bigness and blah, blah, blah." And then Blair stops and goes, "A show that didn't last long because she died too." Went viral with this shit. And now the media, the same media was telling you it was okay to be like 500-600 pounds overweight and your body shaming somebody if you tell them they're fat or just tell them you're too big. Yeah, they're quiet about these influencers all dying. From, you guessed it, and you know what killed them. They didn't get killed in a car accident. They didn't get shot. They didn't get their head cut off. You know how they died, and you know why they died. And the fact that they had these people promoting this lifestyle to millions of children. Like, like when we were young, we were told to be active, and a lot of us were active. We probably weren't, most, physically fit, but we were active to where we could walk and not get winded walking down the street, because we were touching grass, and they were promoting this fatness to children to where someone bought in instead of like, having McDonald's and maybe go play basketball afterwards, they just go and lay down or play a video game and just be lazy, and they gain all this weight just like these fats. It's a shame.
Yeah.
It is a shame. Every single one of them are dead, and you even have some of them trying to say it's a myth to say fat people are blah, blah, or you need to be in good shape. It's like it's not a myth. It's see, facts don't give a fuck about your feelings. They never will. Just like I don't give a fuck about your feelings, because usually I'm gonna spit facts, and if they hurt your feelings, that's your feelings to be hurt. But I don't give a damn about them, because just the way you feel is not going to make me speak the truth. It's not going to. Only way you can not make me speak the truth is if I'm trying to date a girl and I'm really trying to screw her, and she asks me a question. Like, if I answer that truthfully, she's going to be upset. So let me lie and tell her what she wants to hear, so I can still be in the competition to get the pussy. All right. If it's not that, then I'm gonna tell you the damn truth. Okay.
Yeah. That's that trap question of, hey babe,
do I look fat in this?
if I disappeared for 5 years and you thought I was dead, would you remarry? And it's like, well, if I met someone and I fell in love with them, you mean? Yeah, I would remarry. What?
And then, yeah.
Nope. Nope. You answered the wrong question.
You will go, no, I would stay a married memory of you for the rest of my life. That's what you're supposed to say. But being a man, you're like, I'll find someone else.
Like,
yeah, it's you forever. Even though if you're dead and there's still women out there who want to fuck, I'm just gonna be a hermit now towards women. Nah, I think I'll find that next girl and put a baby in her now and live my life on. How about that one? Because you're not here to help me anymore. What am I doing? Am I going to get a ghost blow job like in Ghostbusters? No, I want the real thing, and there's women still available. So yes, I will be moving on, especially if I didn't kill you. Shit, if you died because of some crazy shit, you just died. Hey, my life is still going on. I got to move on, baby. Sorry. Now, if I killed you, yeah, haunt me for the rest of my life and make it to where I can't live a good life because I hurt you. But besides that, we're moving forward. And the beat goes on, man. Like the song, and the beat goes on. The beat goes on. Yeah. Just like my love everlasting. Hell yeah. So but yeah, you're right. That's a trick question. That's exactly what I say. That's the only time you gotta lie, because telling a little white lie.
That's a trap question. That's a trap question.
Yeah, it's a trap. It's a trap. Along up there with do I look fat in this? It's like, well, girls nowadays, you don't know what to say, because like if you say no, she's like, so my ass don't look fat in this? It don't look big? I mean, some girls, they go to other countries to get BBLs. You know what that is, Bruce? BBLs are?
Yes.
Yeah, these women go to other countries to get BBLs, and some of them die from them because they go to places that are cheap to get them done. Because I get it done for cheap. This is your life you put in your hands with this surgery, and you let somebody sink silicone in your ass. Come on, are you serious?
Yep.
They're putting silicone in your ass, and it's gonna make it balloon up and shit like that. But you're poisoning yourself. It's like a lot of people don't know about Wolverine. You know, it's cool. He's got those adamantium claws that can cut through everything. It's slowly poisoning him. It's killing Wolverine. And the only thing keeping Wolverine alive is he's got that good healing factor. But eventually, over time, the poisoning will overtake his healing factor, and he would probably die from fucking some sort of lead poisoning. From metals in his body. But as long as Wolverine is at a good age, like right now, Wolverine is probably like in his hundreds and like 150, 160 years old. He's probably that old. And his healing factor was kept him alive all this time. But now, since this foreign object's been put into his body, it's slowly killing him. And the only thing keeping him alive is his healing factor. That's why sometimes it takes him longer to heal from shit, because now he's double taxing his healing factor. Got to keep this poison at bay and got to heal your body from injury. It's putting a tax on Wolverine's healing factor.
Well, last I heard of him, of his powers, was that the adamantium was actually holding back his mutation from peaking. So like Wolverine's mutation isn't just isn't just healing factor. It's like he's slowly turning into like a bestial, ravenous monster. And by him having the adamantium graft to his skeleton, that has slowed down his mutation from becoming just this ravenous, feral beast.
Well, for a minute he did, because when Magneto had ripped him of his adamantium, which I hate. I mean, it's an iconic story, but I hated the fact for years we had Wolverine who didn't have. That was became the big thing. Like, when are you guys going to give Wolverine his adamantium back? Okay, that's what one thing that made Wolverine really cool and unique was he had metal claws that came out his fucking fist. When are you going to bring those back? And they made this with like 4 or 5 years in combos before they finally said, okay, we're going to give him back his adamantium. Yay! Yay! You're giving him back his adamantium. Well, we've all been asking you for in the last 5 years to fucking do it, Wolverine.
That's
like you try to like.
That's like in my D&D campaign, my brother's game. I get to play a barbarian. That's my character. My character is basically Wolverine. He's a dwarf who is suicidal and just throws himself in there because from his perspective, he has nothing to lose. Okay, or he has nothing to lose, everything to gain by an honorable death. So he's looking constantly for that honorable fight where he will eventually be vanquished and succumb. And my character is so powerful. My brother, who's the DM, basically had to nerf me in every single encounter we were in. Every single encounter. And so it's like when they took away Wolverine's adamantium, it's like, to me as a D&D player, it's like this is the dungeon master saying, all right, your character is way too fucking powerful. I need to nerf you. Because every story, all you do is the same exact thing, and it destroys everything of what I'm trying to do.
Hey, okay, let me tell you something cool that happened to me today. Playing this game, because I'm playing right now as we were talking. This Marvel Contest game. Yeah, I told you every year they have like a certain like a time where you can get Thanos the trophy champ set.
Or Weapon X Wolverine.
Oh yes, I did. Yes, I finally got him today. Did I? Wait a minute, how'd you know?
I'm using what's called deductive reasoning. We're talking about Wolverine. You're talking about your game. I'm like, oh, and I also know before you can only get that Wolverine and Thanos and several other characters this time
at Christmas time. Like, this is the only time you can get them. And I was like, fighting for this.
I was hoping you were gonna say yes because.
Oh man, I could. Man.
Cool.
Oh my! Let me tell you how cool it is. First, I got Thanos because Thanos is one I've been after for years. Like, I gotta get Thanos. He's always one I've wanted. And Weapon X was part of the 5 or 7 players that like the Vision, like the comic book version of Vision, Kang, Thanos, Jessica Jones, and Weapon X Wolverine. They're like the trophy champs, right? And Wolverine is actually a trophy champ that's good. The other ones are like, just trophy champs. You can't really use them. It's just cool to say you have the player, but you don't, you can't really do them with the player. But Weapon X you can.
Just to have.
Yeah. But Weapon X, because he's real rare to get. So I'm like, okay, once I get Thanos, I'm like, if I can get this thing again, I'm going for Weapon X. I was between Kang and Weapon X. I'm like, but I'm going to go with Weapon X because I did my research on the game through people who have them and played them on the game. And so you had to get crystals and open crystals and hope it pops out of one of these crystals, And I fought off. I couldn't even complete the contest because I was like so short, but I fought a lot and opened a lot of crystals. And none of them ever came except for the one I got. And I found out it's like 0.2% of getting it. So I was lucky the first time I got it. And I chose Thanos. I'm like, if I get it again, though, I'm going to get Weapon X. So after the contest was always called the banquet. After the Christmas banquet was over, because Christmas holiday and everything, New Year's over with, they said, okay, this is the prizes you get for participating in the banquet. And when I look at my rewards, I'm like, no, they didn't. They did not. They gave me one of those 5-star rare trophy champ selectors so I could pick who I want as a rare 5-star. And I was like, oh, shit, in my mail. And when I opened it, I'm like, oh, there's no question. Weapon X Wolverine. And I was like, Weapon X Wolverine, are you kidding me? With the whole, I mean, I'll send him a picture of, y'all put a picture on, it's on my other phone, damn. But I'll see a picture of how he looks in the game. I mean, it's just like the comic book. He's got the little thing on his head. He's got no clothes on. You know, all he got is like little trunks. He got all this robotic shit looking on him. Yeah, I got that Wolverine. And this how he has the best healing factor in the entire game amongst the Wolverines. Like you got Old Man Logan, his healing factor is pretty good if you pump him up. You got the original Wolverine, his is pretty good because you know he's young. And but then you got Weapon X. This is like even a younger Wolverine. You know what I mean? So his healing factor is even stronger. Yeah, so like I was in a fight with somebody, right? And my energy was like halfway low, right? And he was like wailing on me. I forgot I was fighting. And all of a sudden, all it takes is a certain punch in the face, and his healing factor kicks in. And when it kicked in, I went from like 25% to 70% in like 5 seconds. I'm like, oh, this healing factor is great. And it helped me finish off the fight with the dude because my healing factor kicked in and it gave me all my energy back damn near. Oh, I'm having a ball with him, Bruce. Like I'm working on like building him up right now because you know this one of them games you get a character, you gotta put materials in him to make him stronger. So right now I'm trying to make this Wolverine stronger by getting the raw materials I need to make him bigger. So yeah, I'm real happy. I was happy I got him today in the mail. I wanted to get Kang, but I'm like, I can't pass up Wolverine twice. I can't pass Wolverine, especially Wolverine who he gets critical bleeds. So like if I start jabbing somebody, they'll just start like at first it'll be slow, right? But if I keep jabbing them, all of a sudden the blood.
You also know listen. I played the Star Wars version of that game, so I know you're going to pass up on Wolverine, Weapon X Wolverine, and every motherfucker you come across is gonna have him, and he's going to kick the shit out of you, reminding you this is what you missed.
Yep. And I was hoping that didn't happen to me this year because I had to get Thanos. It was mandatory I get Thanos. Thanos was like the original trophy champ that everybody wanted. That you know, it's like you can't, no matter what you do, you can't get him. There's only one time a year you can get him. And to keep it 100, they keep it towards like less than 10% of the game have a Thanos. You know, like it's not like 50% of people. No, like 10% of the people playing the game have a Thanos. That's why he's a trophy champ. He's rare to get. So I had to get him. But then the next time they gave me an option, I was like, yeah, I'm getting Weapon X. Because I'm getting Weapon because like even like when he like I'm saying when he cuts you, like the bleed will start off slow, but after he starts jabbing you like a few more times, the bleed starts getting major to where you see major blood loss on the villain. And yeah, he's just a powerful version of Wolverine. He's like the most powerful version of Wolverine. So yeah. And I'm glad I got him. Shit. That made my Christmas on the game at least.
All right. Give me a second.
Yeah, but I was like, but yeah. I think Star Wars Theory is right to feel the way he does, to where he's giving up. I mean, they've told you the Force is female, and they keep shoving it down your throat. So now he's tired of it. Saying, yeah, I've moved on, like most Star Wars fans have. You know, I gave it my all, hoping that maybe they could turn this around to something I could recognize or something I could love still. But no, they keep going down this feminist trope fucking path where all the girls are super powered. And from what I'm hearing, the Acolyte is just one of these EU stories that they just, since the EU isn't canon no more, they can use from it and act like it's an original story when it's not. You're borrowing from Star Wars lore. You're just turning the protagonist and the antagonist into women. That's all you're doing. Is you once again the gender swap, but a whole name swap because they don't want you to know the story originally comes from. From my understanding, it comes from like the twins, like where one becomes evil, one becomes good, and that's what the Acolyte's about.
They're borrowing. Okay, yeah, they're borrowing from like the New Jedi Order with Jason Solo and James.
Yeah, that's where they're borrowing from. Except they see that's why the EU is not canon, because now they can pick stories and people who aren't know about the EU, they'll think they're original stories. Like, oh, these are like, no, these are Star Wars older stories, but they just race swap, gender swap, and change characters' names but that's the premise of what the story's about, and that's what this Acolyte show is going to be about. Like one daughter is going to be like still a Jedi going towards, and the other one's going to become a Sith. And it's more going to be based on the Sith side. It's not going to be on the Jedi side. It's going to be on the Sith side of the story to show how she became or why she was becoming a Sith. And this show is going to be horrible. it's going to further prove. That's why Star Wars Theory said I'm out, because we all knew the show was going to be horrible from the get go. And then when he heard the explanation behind it, he was like, I'm really out. This is just propaganda garbage. That's all Star Wars is known for now.
Yep.
Is instead of putting out, that's what Disney's known for now, to tell you the truth. You heard they just lost Steamboat Willie, right?
Yeah, I know. That's great. I'm surprised.
Which I
am genuinely surprised between that, the 2A decision that happened last year and the client list. Between those three things, I'm genuinely surprised.
2024 starting off with a good year, huh? 24 starting off as a good year.
That the machine that is controlling everything is allowing any of that to happen. It's like, holy crap.
See, because from my understanding, Disney was supposed to lose this Steamboat Willie decades ago, but because of the infamous Disney lawyers and how they could slow things down and then get extensions, they got a couple of extensions on it, and now the last extension ran out, and they were told this time, "Nah, we don't care what you do, how you plead, we're not giving you another extension. You've had enough extensions." That they actually cracked down on them, saying no more extensions, and Disney took it that serious, like, okay, they're dead serious. There's nothing we can do to stop this. So, hey, fuck it. Let it go. I mean, we can spin our wheels, but we know this is one we're not going to win. So we've extended this as far as we can. We've broken the law twice, basically, to keep the character. And now they're telling us they won't let us break the law no more because we're breaking rules, because Disney's getting that one exemption of, okay, well, this is a version of Mickey Mouse, your own iconic character. And they were giving Disney all kinds of chances to keep retaining it, even though they were supposed to lose the rights to a public domain years ago. But Disney kept finding a way to stretch it out, make it longer. And this was just one time they were told, you can't do it anymore. You've done it long enough. And from my understanding, okay, it's real complicated how to use Steamboat Willie, because anybody can use him now. I'm going to use him. Shit, I'm going to make him a character in my comic. You think you bullshit? I'm gonna make him like one of the most powerful characters in my comic. It'll be goofy because you're like, that's Mickey Mouse, and that'll give my shit recognition. Like, hey, he got Mickey Mouse in his comic. Mickey Mouse is a powerful motherfucker in this comic book, So the thing is, he has to stay black and white. He can't really talk because Steamboat really didn't really talk. And as long as you don't break those stipulations, you can use the character. But like if you like make him in color and he's saying words, Disney can come at you like, nah, that's not Steamboat. That's regular Mickey now. There's a difference. Yeah. There's Steamboat Willie, and then there's regular Mickey, the Mickey that we all grew up with, and that we still have to this day as the moniker for Disney. That's the Mickey they don't want to lose. Okay, we'll lose Steamboat because he's Origins, but when have we really done anything with Steamboat lately? When have we really done anything with Mickey lately? To tell you the truth, shit, I can't remember the last Mickey Mouse done production. Ever since they got their hands on everything, they're too busy focusing on that and not their own homegrown characters. I haven't seen nothing with Mickey new. And I know like they do little shorts and shit for like the Disney Channel and shit. But like something like, that will make you remember Mickey. They haven't done that with Mickey in years. Kind of like how Warner Brothers ain't really done that with Bugs. No, I can't say that about Warner Brothers. They always do something with Bugs. They may not have new shit, but they always promote Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny's out there somewhere, in a cartoon or a fucking commercial or something. Bugs Bunny's characters and him live alive. But Disney, they don't do nothing with Goofy, Pluto, Minnie, Donald, Mick. They don't do nothing with none of these characters no more. And then when they start coming up for fucking public domain watch, they're going to do the same thing that they do with Steamboat Willie, to where I'll probably be dead, and you'll be an old man by the time those characters come up to public domain, because Disney held on to them for as long as they could before, a whole new generation can play with Mickey Mouse like we never could.
Yep. And that's absolutely, to me, I find it disgusting that you can have intellectual property in your possession for the creator's life plus his kids, and then plus like their grandkids,
just to make sure the family don't get it. And by that time, the family might forget they even have claims to the character.
Well, no, to my understanding, I don't think that in Disney's case, I don't think they're barring the family from getting it. I believe the family still gets a cut of the profits.
Yeah,
might be
yeah, they
wrong.
just been X'd out. They just been out of the day today. I mean, it is their name on the company. Like the last Disney that was actually a Disney was Roy Disney. He was on the board, and that was when Michael Eisner started trying to take over, and he didn't like the route Disney was going in, so he tried to stage a coup, right? And he turned into stocks to make a point because he's a Disney, right? He goes, okay, I'm a Disney. I'm turning my stocks. I'm disappointed with the company. The company took the opportunity to take his stocks and say, okay, your services are no longer needed. But
Oh
I'm a
wow.
Disney. Yeah, that's how he got X'd out. He willingly gave his stocks up trying to lead a coup, right? And the coup failed, and they kept his stocks and was like, "You're fired." The Disney
Wow.
company fired the last Disney, and it was like, "Yeah, because you're a rebel rouser, and we don't want." He goes, "But this is my brother's company. I know what did my brother made this, and you guys are going somewhere totally different with it." Yeah, well, yeah, you can get your severance pay at the door. Goodbye, Mr. Disney.
Wow. I didn't know
And that
that.
was how the last that's how the last Disney was because Disney was a family owned business and they slowly
Yes.
started dying off. And Roy ended up being the last Disney on the board, and this was like I believe during the 80s or the 90s. I think it was the 90s when this happened. Like late 80s, early 90s. And yeah, that's how they got rid of the last Disney. So yeah, they
All
still
right.
get paid,
Hold
kind of
up.
like
We
the
have Niraj
Hiltons.
here. Niraj has wisdom on stuff like this. Like he
uh
remembers trivial stuff like this. I'm gonna say trivial. He's like, Jeopardy 101. But he
oh yeah,
said
when Jeopardy was still good.
he's like, yeah, Disney was bought out by people that want to use it as a propaganda engine, and they're idiots. They're too busy
Yeah,
with diversity and angling to make pedophilia legal than worrying about Mickey Mouse as a property. The people in
yeah,
charge aren't concerned about anything but the message. Yeah,
yeah. You
I
see,
thought he was
and
going to say.
and
I thought him say Disney, so I thought he might have talked a bit about their history. But yeah,
oh yeah.
that blows me away. That I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense that that's why Disney is off its
Pivoted.
rocker.
Yeah,
Like,
because the last Disney was taken off the board years ago to where now you
yeah,
just got a bunch of opportunists who run the company now instead of people who were there from the company's beginnings and understand the company's motto and the way the company should be ran because they helped create the company. Yeah, they got rid
yeah.
of all. Just like that's what happened with Ike Perlmutter. Okay, you probably don't know the name Ike Perlmutter.
I
Ike
know of the
Perlmutter.
name because Nerdrotic talks about him a lot.
Yeah, this is why Narok is talking about him. Ike Perlmutter bought Marvel in the 90s when they were about to go bankrupt because of the Superman fiasco, which a lot of people, when they talk about the devil Superman, they tell you, yes, it was an iconic comic and everything, and Superman died and everything, and boo hoo hoo, he came back a few months later. But the thing is, that comic book destroyed the industry. I mean, it destroyed the industry because they had made mass copies of the comic, expecting the comic to sell like comics, which it did, and because it did, it watered down the comics value. It's not like an Action Comics #1 where people didn't understand what this comic book will become, and some actually kept it to where okay, there's only a few left in existence, and the ones that are in existence are like $5 million a piece. You got to have at least $5 million to buy these comics now because they're so iconic. It's the most iconic comic in comic history in story. Action Comics, it's no question, there's no debate. It's like the most relevant,
Yeah.
is the most. It's Action Comics #1. Went for like last I heard for like $4 to $5 million at an auction when he sold me auctions type shits, right? So these characters are like when you fuck these characters up, it really hurts the fans because it's like you had something great like it's like it should be easy to do a Superman movie. Just get one of his powerful villains. Superman's he'll show that no matter what, he's gonna always take the high ground and he's gonna win the day. Just give us a Superman with hope. See, that's what Man of Steel didn't give us. It didn't give us a Superman with hope. It's like it gave us Superman, but it didn't give us Superman that was like he watched his fucking adopted father die, which was one of the stupidest scenes ever. Like,
Yeah.
Superman's literally there, could be there in a second. Nobody would see him move because he's so fucking fast, get you and come back. But no, you had to have that dramatic scene. That was stupid. He
Well,
killed
yeah, right.
Zod.
Like if you watch the Richard Donner Superman, right? I didn't like in both movies. I didn't like Pa Kent dying. Okay, now I'm raised from the animated series Superman where he has Pa and Ma Kent.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I love those as a moral guide. But it's like in the Richard Donner Superman, when Pa Kent dies, it's as a moral lesson to Clark that he can't save everybody, you know, and it's not his job to take that burden of trying to save everybody. But it also serves as a lesson to him that life is precious and life is valuable, and you got to fight for it. You don't just throw it away. So it's like it helps his framework as to why he's concerned about others in society. He's not just like, oh, well, I don't know if I should do good, if I should do bad. It's like, no, it immediately slants him towards good, even though he loved Pa Kent, even though he loved his basic dad. Okay. And like it worked. It sold. It made sense. It was logical.
Yeah, that first movie, you know, which is probably still the best Superman movie ever. I mean, the one with Christopher Reeves. I told you that the porn story behind it was Superwoman, right?
No.
Yeah, there was a movie made. You would know. Yeah, okay. In the early days of spoofs of porn, of adult film spoofs, where they would take something popular and just make a porn version of it. Well, in 1976, the small company made a movie. I have it too. I'll share it with y'all. I'll even give it to you. You can watch for yourself sometimes. It's like it made in the 70s, and it was originally called Superwoman. Well, this was back in the days when DC Comics actually cared about their characters. So when they got wind that there was going to be an adult film that was going to, see, the whole point of the movie was to capitalize off of Superman, because everybody knew, okay, Superman, they're making a Superman movie. Everybody knew it was like the big hype. Superman, they're making a Superman movie. You know, so they tried to make a parody based on that was going to come out around the same time as a Superman movie. So DC Comics, Warner Brothers, took them to court and sued the pants off these people, saying you can't use this. Superman is intellectual property. The Superman S is ours. You can't, you know, they just laid into this little small company, right? And they pretty much won the case to where you can see it in the movie that I'm gonna share with you. The girl has a Superman S on her chest, right? But because of the lawsuit, what they did to get around that, they just scribbled the S out to where the whole time you see scribble on her chest. Like, it looks like a Rorschach because it's just continuous scribble moving on her chest. That's because they're trying to black out the Superman S because they lost that in the lawsuit. They can't use the Superman S. And the movie, because the original Superman movie was supposed to come out, I believe, in 1977. But because of this lawsuit, it set them back to it. Like, we can't put the movie out until we settle with these motherfuckers in court. So that's why Superman ended up coming out the year it did, 78, I believe, because it was delayed a year because of this pornos lawsuit.
I thought it came in 79.
No, I believe it was 78. Let me verify that. I can verify that right now, but I believe it came out in 1978. Delayed a year because of this lawsuit that Warner Brothers had with this small company, to where they had to change because the movie was originally called Superwoman, but they had to change it to Miss Magnificent is what it's called now, and that's what it goes by. So they don't get sued by Warner Brothers for just calling it Superwoman. So I'll share that with you, and it's a crazy 70s movie. I mean, they even bring out a kryptonite dildo to kill her with. It's a crazy movie.
Wow.
And they had to, as a matter of fact, but they have two characters in it. They have Lois and Clark in there. They got Lois and Clark in there. So I mean, but they got around the Lois and Clark thing to where they can still use those names, because you're like, but Clark Kent, but they didn't say Clark, like it was like Clark Cunt or something like shit like that. You're like, they were changing a little bit, but they got away with calling Lois and Clark. Version. Yeah, and even like the villainess, she goes, "Your name is Lois and Clark," and they go, "Yes," because she captures them. And she looks at her and she goes, "Lois and Clark, don't you get it? Lois and Clark? Oh, you fucking moron," you know. But I got what she was trying to say, like, you know, like the expedition, there's Lois and Clark, you know, that's where they get it from. And she was tripping on that in the movie, and of course the person she was talking to was like a moron, so they're like, "No, I don't get the reference. What does Lois and Clark mean?" Okay, let me put Superman. Okay, let's see. Yeah, 1978 came out in 1978.
Yeah, I checked that. I was going to say something, but I didn't want to interrupt you.
So well, I don't ever get enough of hearing that though. But I'm just kidding. So the movie was supposed to come out in 77, but because of the lawsuit, it came out in 78. and of course, it ended up being like one of the biggest superhero movies of all time. And this movie, they kind of broke the company. They put the movie up, but it pretty much broke the company that Warner Brothers came after them. Oh, because here, this is what it did in court. Warner Brothers wanted copyright infringement on everything, but there was like one thing the judge said that they couldn't, and that's why the movie was able to go. They said, you do not have a copyright on flying. Things fly in shit we watch from planes or whatever. I mean, so you don't have a copyright on flying. So sorry, we'll give you the costume, we'll give you the names, we'll give you Superman, we'll give you all that, but you do not have a copyright on putting flying in the movie. So she can fly. If they got her flying, she can fly in the movie. She just can't call herself Superwoman anymore, and she can't have an S on her chest. Besides that, you were done. And so that's why in the movie they still have her flying. She can still fly and shit like that. But you'll see it. I will share with you. I gotta go to my archives, pull it up. But like the whole time she wears her costume, and I found a rare picture of how her S looked. To where they try to script it out from existence because they don't want nobody seeing it because they can get in trouble. Because Warner Brothers, sued the pants off of them for it.
Yeah, they got sued into the ground.
Yeah, they literally got sued into the ground. So they're like, we can't have no references to Superman at all. And then towards the end, the villainess has like a fucking a kryptonite dildo made out of her boyfriend's, like, strapped out of her boyfriend's dick. It starts fucking her with it. So yeah, the movie is really crazy. It's one of those not for vanilla people movies, Bruce. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Wow.
And I just found one with Alex Cole. A couple more. I just got a Batgirl one where she's Batgirl, and she's her costume is skimpy, of course. Like her bottom is just a bikini, like purple bottom, So pretty much she comes out of the panties real quick and gets bent over as Batgirl.
I'm gonna deviate this conversation here, divert it. Because
I forgot.
I don't know where their limits are on those things.
You know what? I totally forgot.
The second thing is, I was going to ask it last week if you were on, but you weren't. So I'm gonna. You asked me a question.
Okay.
You asked me a really good question a few weeks ago because you found out I play D&D, and you were like, "How do I feel about D&D becoming woke?" And this is a really good question. Okay. So this is a nugget for those who are still hanging out 2 hours into the stream. My thing with it being woke, and I think this is most any seasoned player of D&D, any seasoned dungeon master has this opinion. I've seen several dungeon master have this opinion. So it's like, oh, okay. I'm not the only one. They can be woke until they're blue in the face. We don't care. Because I don't need to pay D&D anything to run my D&D games. I don't need to do any of that. They can go and fuck themselves for all I care. I can write my stories. I can like, let's just say I can't play it online because that's the current method I use. I play it online. Okay. But I have material in real life. Okay. I have like 7 or 8 books. I have maps. I have character concepts. I have character sheets. I have actual product. So they can't take that away from me. And I can do with it whatever the hell I want with whatever it is that I take from them. And I can make up my own rules. I can make up my own things. How do I want to play my game? Because that's my power and my prerogative as the dungeon master. So, when people have things like wheelchairs, to me, I inherently don't have a problem with the company coming up with like, here's rules for a wheelchair. If you want to be in a wheelchair, here's what you do, right? I don't inherently have a problem with that. I have a problem with it when it's for the sake of pushing an agenda or a message, because then it's like, come on, get real. Like no one is thinking like D&D people are absolutely creative. Okay. We will come up with ways to do things, but no one is thinking, hey, I'm a paraplegic. I want to be represented in Dungeons and Dragons.
Exactly.
Like, if I have any of my, let me go with this one. Okay, I am not a strong-built, muscular man like Batman. Okay, I cannot bench press 1,000 pounds. I can't do that. Okay, so when I play D&D, do you think my dwarf barbarian? Do you think he is an exact replica of me? All right, this scrawny, skinny ass kid who's not able to bench press 1,000 pounds. Like, no, my dwarf is this fat, dishonored warrior fighting to get his honor back, and he's like jovial and happy-go-lucky. He's like I said, half naked, so he's walking around trying to get himself killed in honorable combat. And it's like, that's the character I'm playing. He's not me. At no point am I reflected in this character beyond my design of him.
You don't need to see yourself in the character.
Yes. And
See,
I mean, I have my druid character whose name's after my namesake, Jackaran. Okay. I based Jackaran off of Jack O'Neill from Stargate and Wolverine. So, you know, he's a shape-shifting druid. He's an elf. He's a shape-shifting druid who turns into a bear. And when he's in bear form, he becomes like the Hulk and Wolverine as an animal.
Nice.
So he just rages and charges at his enemies. And like, he's powerful, but a part of his vulnerability is his rage. You know, like and he's a part of a team. So it's like, you don't send him to negotiate necessarily. Like you send him like a Jedi Master. Like when he's not in bear form, when he's being a druid, he's more reasonable. But he's also he's a jokester. He's a comedian. So like you take him into a diplomacy circumstance. It depends on the topic, but he's very likely to offend someone because he doesn't give a fuck. You know?
That's the whole thing.
He's a force of nature. All right, but when he's with a team, all right, it's like he's the tank of the team. You send him in first to take the abuse, to get beat up and hammered, and then you have everyone else come in behind him and support him and back him up. You know, while he's just getting beaten and punched and slashed and everything, you know? Again, he's the Hulk. You send him in first.
You know, one of the best tank moments I've ever seen in a cartoon was like Pride of the X-Men. You ever seen Pride of the X-Men?
I don't think so.
It's like the original plot for not the original plot, but the pilot they made for the X-Men cartoon, and it had the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants versus the X-Men, and the team of X-Men they had was Cyclops, Storm, Dazzler, Nightcrawler, Colossus, and of course Wolverine. The reason why people remember the cartoon is because Wolverine had an Australian accent. It's like, isn't he Canadian? Why does he sound like an Aussie? That's what the cartoon became known for. It's like Wolverine's like, hey, she can't buy a memo on the X-Men. He's talking like that, and people are like, we thought he's supposed to be Canadian. That's why the cartoon got it right. Like the animated, they got Wolverine right with like how he would talk. But anyway, there's a part where Magneto escapes from the government because the cartoon starts off with Magneto being transported to some secret location. And the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, led by the White Queen, Emma Frost, she's in the cartoon, dressed as Emma Frost, not like this watered-down version we have now, but the comic book version of Emma Frost, which was real seductive. And she helps Magneto break out. And so the X-Men have a mission because Kitty Pryde, it's her first time joining the X-Men, like, learning who they are. And so they're being introduced to her. That's how we get introduced to her, is through her being introduced to him. And so, like, there's a part where, like, oh, shit, we got to go up into space. There's something happening going on in space. We got to get in our, Quinjet and get up out of here. So it was just Professor X and Kitty Pryde left at the mansion. And outside, you saw Magneto, when he saw the ship leave, he goes, now they've gone. He's the Juggernaut standing next to him. And he's like, Juggernaut, go forth and let nothing stand in your way. And the Juggernaut just starts walking towards the X-Men mansion, right? There's like two big oak trees in his way. He just like backhands both of them with ease. Now, all the defenses are shooting at the Juggernaut, but it's not slowing the Juggernaut. He's still walking towards the X-Mansion, right? And Yeah, he's a tank. He's just walking straight through the defenses. And then Kitty Pryde, she gets scared, right? And she backs up and she phases into the computer, which sits the fucking weaponry and just go, wow. Now they're not even shooting. He's like, press like, Kitty, stop. You're phasing through the fucking defense fucking board. And after that, the Juggernaut just walked right through the fucking wall of the mansion. Just and you see just it was just a tight ass scene. It was you should just look, and if anything, just to see that scene where Juggernaut just storms the X-Men mansion by himself and just knocks half the damn building down when he walks through it. It was just powerful. Yeah, that's a tank right there. Juggernaut's one of the biggest tanks ever. And I mean, I love when he fights the whole.
Up. Niraj says, I have Pride of the X-Men on VHS. I'm that old. You still with me, Graphics? I don't know if you heard me.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Now I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Fucking yeah. I could hear you. Yeah. I was saying nice. Yeah. That cartoon right here, Friday X-Men. That was the first time you guys see X-Men animated, and Dazzler was part of the team. She was like always a no nothing X-Men. It's like the only reason why she's popular or even relevant is because she's the reason why mutants got exposed, and that's pretty much her biggest story. She's never done anything really amazing in the comic. I mean, she's even in the video game. Like when you play the arcade version of X-Men, she's in that because they used the Pride of the X-Men cast for that game. Nightcrawler, Dazzler, Colossus, and Wolverine, and I think Storm. They pretty much used the cast from this cartoon. But of course, when the cartoon came out, they went with a whole different lineup, except for Wolverine and Storm. Yeah, except for Wolverine and Storm and Cyclops, they went with a different lineup. Which, that's the thing about X-Men. You can put any lineup in there, and they're usually all good. As long as Wolverine's part of the mix, you can throw any X-Men with them, and it still should be. I heard they're doing some bullshit with this X-Men movie, though. And it's going to be female-centric. Man, oh my God. Why are they doing this, Bruce?
I saw wait, you say X-Men or are you saying Deadpool?
X-Men.
Oh, yeah. X-Men is supposed to be female-centric, and it's like, okay, I just wish, I told you this before, I wish they would just like stop playing around with it, just full throttle, switch the title. Stop calling them X-Men. Just stop calling them X-Men. That way, when I go to the Google search X-Men, I get the X-Men and not the whatever they're
bullshit.
trying to do.
Yeah, because
they completely destroyed the brand recognition. That's what I'm going for. Like, we were just talking about it earlier, where if you take Spider-Man's mask and you paint it black, you're like, that's not Spider-Man, right? Like you immediately know that's not Spider-Man. Well, I want them to do that to the X-Men. All right, just get rid of the X. Just get rid of the X and the hyphen.
Oh my God!
Or get rid of the XM, depending on how you want to spell it. Just get rid of that.
God.
And that way, my mind can look at it and say, "Oh, I don't know what that is. I don't care."
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like we got the first inklings of them not knowing what they had when that stupid bitch Victoria Alonso, who thank God got fired, said, "Oh, the name X-Men is dated. There's so many women in a group. I mean, to have the name X-Men is so dated in this now." It's like, bitch, you just tell me you've never read the comic without telling me you've never read the comic, or seen the cartoons, or seen the movies.
Like you just don't know shit about any of this.
But yeah, you're in control of creating it, a live action version of it. See, the name I Crow Mother. Oh yeah, and getting back to what you said about Dungeons and Dragons earlier. What I was talking more of about, like, when I mean woke, when I mean like they're like you got some of these wokies who want org taken out the game, or trying to force, like, their opinion on the game, oh, org sounds so racist. It's like, how is a fucking org? Only you see racism in that shit, because that's what you think of when you hear black people. You think of an org, and you push it down on everybody else. Like, we all think, no, you're the weirdo that if I say the word org, you think of a black person. Only your weirdo ass does that. This is something that's been in the game for a long time, and now you want to change it because it hurts your sensibilities. Man, fuck you with your woke ass, man. That's what I meant by woke.
Like someone was saying, when they got rid of slaves, they got rid of the word slavery in several of the characters in the monster manual for D&D. And,
See, and that's wrong.
And
That's wrong.
someone pointed out, because this is the talking points for them, is that, oh, they moved it to the back where that's in the glossary. So it's in the glossary of terms. So you could say slavery, or it explains what slavery is. And it's like, there's the beholder. Okay. If you don't know what a beholder is, it is effectively a giant floating head with like a bunch of either eyeballs or tentacles that are around its head, right?
Uh-huh.
Or sometimes they have like horns coming out of their head, right? They're like a creature, the demon out of Doom, basically. So these things, they're not very strong, like they don't have arms. They're just like a floating brain with eyeballs and a mouth.
Yeah, like in Big Show with Little China.
Yes. So they're this creature. All right, this really bizarre looking fucking creature. And their powers are typically magic based. So they can fire like fireball, psychic blast, things like that. So to no one's surprise, these creatures, because they're intellect based, they have slaves who are subservient to them. It is also to no one's surprise that beholders are also narcissistic assholes. So like one of the D&D modules, all right, you come across two beholders. You're in a war between two beholders who want to kill each other. And so you have to pick which one you want to fight. Well, in one game, the players had managed to get both of these beholders in the same room and got both of them to kill each other rather than having the players fight one or the other. They got these two to kill each other because that's how narcissistic they are. And the players had to like string them along and be their muscle and lie to them. And the beholder's like, oh, you're my slaves. You're my servants. You're going to do everything I tell you to do. And it's beautiful. It's like, this is great villainy. This is how villains sabotage themselves. And it looks great. And that'll bring me to, I'll let you say, if you want to say anything about that, if you want to comment, because I'm about to go on another thing about Star Wars in a second here.
Okay. Well, about that, like, pretty much you summed it up. It's just Dungeons and Dragons is different from when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I mean, it really got associated with the devil, and it was like really besmirched in the 80s, and it survived that. Just to have it survive, to have woke ass people trying to take over the lexicon and the backstories and the history of this game. The cartoon is even better than the way the game is now. I mean, and the cartoon wasn't that bad. It's just, it was a weird Dungeons and Dragons take, but it was so cool compared to what's going on with the franchise now. And, it's cool to see people still play the game, even though there's so much going on behind the scenes that's making it like almost not worth it.
Oh yeah. Like I said, as a D&D player, I don't care what the company does. Whenever someone tries shoveling me like their nonsense, I say no. I don't care.
As a matter of fact, from what I understood, the son of the original maker, he's been pretty much X'd out because he tried to bring something back from my childhood, I forgot what it was exactly, but they pretty much shut him down, and I haven't heard nothing from him since. Because he was trying to do his own like D&D take, like board tables or something like that.
Yeah, that's Gary Gygax is the creator of D&D, but yeah, I heard his son got ousted from D&D.
Yeah, his son, because his son was trying to bring back the old company. Because like, okay, you bought the more famous part of my dad's company, but we still retain the rights to this, so I'm bringing this brand back. And he tried to bring a brand back, and they shot him down.
Yeah.
Saying, his version was a fake version and people shouldn't pay attention to it and all. I mean, they just attacked it. I was really pulling for him too, because he was like bringing common sense back to the game.
Well, no, that might be. I wonder if you're talking about Pathfinder. Is that why Pathfinder is a thing?
I don't know. I have to look into that. But I just remember he had brought like something like from like when I was a kid. like it was always in the back of comic books. Like when you bought a comic book, there was always an ad for a D&D game. And that's the company he was trying to bring back, was the company that before they were like before D&D was like super huge. Like, I mean, it's always been big, but when they were still like doing board games and shit, I mean like tabletop games and shit like that. Yeah, he was trying to bring the tabletop company back, and they pretty much like he's fake D&D and all kinds of shit. They just ran his name through the mud so people wouldn't support him. And then they say he had the wrong think, you know, that kind of shit. Like, oh, he's not liberal. He's really a capitalist trying to make money off his own work or his father's work. You would believe the nerve of this guy?
Okay, yeah, all right. It's not that's not where Pathfinder comes from.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah,
Pathfinder is another. It's a competitor to D&D. Because I was like, I'd be curious if that's where Pathfinder, like that's its roots, but no.
No, this happened like about a year or so ago.
Oh, okay.
This was recent because Clownfish TV was covering. That's how I got wind of it. Clownfish TV was covering it, and ever since the Kevin Smith thing, they've pretty much been like the Bible for me when it comes to pop culture information, because they were the first ones to call out the Kevin Smith He-Man, and he called them liars, and said, no, the show's not about Tila, it's about He-Man. I wish, you know, blah blah. And then when the show came out, damn sure it was about Tila. You know, that's why people were like, that's why I say fuck Kevin Smith. It's like, this dude's an idiot. He banked his name on something like I don't think he personally wrote it. I think someone else did, but he slapped his name on it. He slapped his credibility on it. That's what kills me. Is you probably had nothing to do with this at all. You probably had no idea what they were doing. You just say, oh, He-Man project, I can throw my name as executive producer on it. Cool. I get that executive producer money, and the show might be cool. No, the show wasn't cool. The show was garbage. You bragged about killing He-Man twice, and
you cut out graphics. Luke Gygax is Gary Gygax's son.
His son was the one when he tried to come back with you know what? Because I would look, but every time I do, I cut out, so that's why I can't really search right now. So I'm not going to search for this. Okay. But
you're back. I hear you.
Yeah. So I would search for it, but it makes me cut out, so that's why I can't search for it on this tablet. I'm probably sure my other phone.
He apparently was trying to start up a space RPG. That's what Luke Gygax was trying to do. Is he was trying to start up a space RPG like D&D, and well, RPG is not. It's like D&D in that it's an RPG. So he was trying to start that up, and they began suing him. So Wizard of the Coast began suing him, it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, because where they, okay, I pulled him up now. Okay, Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, tabletop gaming. That's what he was trying to bring back. He was trying, like I said, he was trying to bring back tabletop gaming. Like when I was a kid, like you would like at the back of every comic book, you always saw an ad for tabletop gaming. It was like it was just like the back of a comic book, you know, because it was on every damn comic book. And he was trying to bring that company back, and they just like destroyed him over it. Because right here it says Luke Ernest Gary Gygax, tabletop gaming, Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, he was trying to bring tabletop gaming back, and they shut him down, which sucked. Yeah, I finally got this movie I want to add to my page. I'm all day looking for a Coco movie to add to the page because it's time to start I didn't tell you, Bruce. I'm about to go to Central Casting next week.
Cool.
Yeah, because I'm like, okay, I live out here in LA. I know, I mean, this is the place where this is the secret location that everybody like, where is the place you go to get into Hollywood? I'm like, I know. And you always hear jokes about the movies like, he's a thug from Central Casting. Yeah, it's Central Casting is a thing. You go to Central Casting and they get you work as an extra, I mean, maybe if you're lucky, you can get an agency later on, talking roles, whatever, but just to start, look, they're filming a show over here on this street. Could you get over there? And, you get paid to, just stand there and be background. Sure, yeah. That's what's going to start at, and then go somewhere further. Then the movie I'm doing on my own already, so I'm already making moves to make movies. It's just like this is going to help finance those movies.
That's
You
awesome,
hear
dude.
me? Yeah, like I'm gonna do legitimate work in the industry, get paid through them, and then I'm gonna divert some of that money into what my private projects are. Like my comic books, me
Yeah.
creating figures. Like to give to crowdfunders, a little special thing. Like here, if you back my comic, I'll send you like pretty much majority of the comic, or like the special thing, and maybe an action figure or limited, just something. I'll do something special. But the thing is, I'm gonna start to plan this shit out, and and in April, I'm coming around that area, which is around my birthday, to film that movie with Coco. So I'm happy about that. So I've been all the things that I've been getting to lately, and I've been in a lot of shit lately.
Yeah.
I'm trying to ignore all that, and be like, what, it's time for me to just that's why I don't be in spaces anymore. I don't. I really be on Discourse because now I got to focus on what I need to do, and sitting down talking on these fucking platforms ain't gonna help me do that.
Yeah.
I gotta
You're
go.
not at that stage yet. Like you gotta first lay the foundation, and once you have the foundation, then you go on a promotion press tour, and you begin talking
Yeah,
to people and trying to get people on board
yeah,
with your project.
yeah. But that's why I'm doing what I do on Twitter now. When I the way I do shit. If you see my page on Twitter, that's why I show a little movie clip and shit like that because it
Yeah.
gains interest. And I'm shadow banned, and I'm still about to hit my first 500 finally, even though it didn't take me this long before. Because I'm heavily shadow banned. It's like people got to retweet my shit or just link somebody to my shit for me. Go, oh, I like this shit. Because they really hide me in the algorithm. I don't care. The people that I got, that's still enough to where I can if I can get just a small percentage, like yeah, I'll back your comic. Should that work for me?
Yeah.
It's all for promotion. You know. That's why sometimes I won't be on Twitter or I won't be on like digital shit for like sometimes a week or two. I'm just like doing something else. I'm researching. I'm doing something else with my time. But then when I come back with a vengeance. I'll post shit. Like one of my ex associates had to find out when he talked shit about me behind my back. Yeah, it's like yeah, Even his partner turned on him and said, "I'm like, it was crazy." Like after this person said that, and I responded the way I did, and of course the person who it was all behind, they responded the way they did, saying, "Hey, I brought this person back. If you got a problem with it, you just have a problem with it, because he's back because I'm cool with him again, and we're all right." And this person was like, "Oh, I don't respect him. He threatened me." And I responded, "Yeah," and I meant every word that I said. I don't give a damn about your feelings. That's exactly how I responded. I was like, I meant every word I said to you too, and I don't give a damn about your feelings. If you get over it or don't, right? And Dan, in a responding, he quote tweeted me going, "I'm back, bitches." I'm like, yeah. Yeah, you did some stupid thing you do. You just did something stupid, and I called you out on it. And good riddance. And that was what helped open my eyes up to where look who I'm spending my time talking to. Instead of me trying to be productive and make this shit happen for real so I can laugh in these clowns' face that I did it, I'm sitting up here having Twitter beefs with them.
That's
so
what
yeah,
I'm
I gotta go.
telling you. That's what I've been telling you. Don't waste your time. I was just saying how a moment ago on the stream before you hopped on, I was saying how I'm working with some of the guys with a project, a detective story, and they're entertaining the idea of going personal with it. Are you still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. I hear you.
So they're talking about like going personal with it, and I was telling them like, well, first of all, we're not there in the story writing process yet. But second of all, I'd highly encourage not making the story a personal story. And I was like, this first half of the stream before you hopped on, I went on this whole tangent about Indiana Jones because we were talking about that this morning on a space.
Oh, which of the first three movies were you talking about?
Yes, exactly. And
which is yeah.
He who shall not be named because of your grudge. He was explaining that, oh, well, the dial of destiny, the kidney dialysis of destiny, he was like, this this movie actually showed like some level of human emotion. Like Indy had lost his father, he lost his son, he lost his wife. So like it's more binding. It's understandable that he's angry
No,
at
it's
the
not.
world, and I'm like, no one wants to read that. No one wants to watch.
one.
I said earlier in the stream, I was like, when you walk into Barnes and Noble, you don't go up to the associate like, hey, where do you have your depressed, decrepit,
Yeah,
old
your
man
most depressed
cereal
story you
in your
have,
underwear? Like, where's that genre? I
bro.
want to read that.
This person that you're talking about is, I'm like, he oh my god, like that excuse right there, and then the excuse because he made an excuse for the She-Hulk show, like, oh well, they did the best with what they had. I'm like, do you not understand? They had $25 million per episode to produce this show, and it looked worse than anything on Saturday morning cartoons in the '90s, like Reboot, the CGI. Are you seriously trying to defend a production that, like I said, had $25 million, not for the whole show, but per episode, which meant they got over $200 million to make this show. And this is what they crap out, and you're defending them? He defends Kevin Smith still, and above all, he does not like Batman. The whole concept of a man just being alpha male enough to put a costume on, go on the street, and whoop ass out of vengeance is too hard for him, a concept to accept. I'm glad he's not every boy, because boy, we'd be fucked up if boys didn't like Batman. Man, that's what they're like. You don't like Batman, dude? Seriously? And his excuse is like so fucking lame. It's like, really? Why guy you know do that? How about the Guardian Angels? You remember them? They're a bunch of dudes who would put on like a little red beret, white t-shirt, and blue jeans and walk through the streets. That's crazy, but they did. And they became known as like if they walking through the streets and you commit a crime, oh, the Guardian Angels are about to get you. Is that too hard of a concept for you to fathom too? That a guy would actually walk the streets and try to defend his neighborhood? It's like, yeah. So I would expect that kind of reasoning for him for that horrible Indiana Jones movie, which that the fanfic that was made.
Yes.
There's only 3 movies.
That's what I said earlier. It's like it's fan fiction. Like it's
yeah, it's fan
I know
fiction. That's not Indiana Jones.
And that's not Indiana Jones.
I could have wrote a bit Indiana Jones story. All right.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Like that's not Indiana Jones.
Yeah, that's not Indiana Jones. That's some melodrama that you just want to take down all the great heroes we had and tell them they're misogyny because for your time you ogled women and you did this. So what? That's what boys look up to. You know what? One of the best scenes in 2.5 Men with that little kid, my favorite scene that he was ever part of was Charlie had did something stupid as usual. Charlie does. And so Alan was like, your nephew sees what you're doing and you're doing it in front of him. What do you think he's going to think of you? So Charlie goes to see the nephew. He's like, hey, bud, I just want to let you know, if I've ever been a bad role model to you, I apologize. And the nephew looked at him and says, what are you talking about, Uncle Charlie? You live off the beach. You have a different woman over every night. You do what you want all day long. What are you talking about? You're the best role model a boy could ever have. I love that scene because he's right. Charlie had different bitches. Matter of fact, Charlie had so many bitches that one night he invited a bitch that was on a poster in Jake's room to where Jake is like, oh my God, Uncle Charlie's fucking her upstairs. And then she came down to hit. Yeah, it was so when she came to his room, she goes, oh, you got my poster. And she realized, oh, you're a fan. You're a real fan. And let's say Jake had a little fun time too. But yeah, that's when the show was really good, man. Yeah, that's when the show was really good. And then Charlie had to get mad. And they just destroyed that shit. Just destroyed a good show. And then women still wanted to watch because Ashton Kutcher was on it. But men were like, this was a man's show. And it's like Jimmy Kimmel. He used to be part of the man's show. Now look at him. He's all bitch. It's like, damn, Jimmy Kimmel, you actually used to be funny. You actually used to be on a show that, guys liked. And now he's just a fucking shill.
Yep.
Well, and I would not be.
It's to an extent, it's understandable because he's got a wife, he's got kids. I don't know how long he's had those things. I don't know how long he's had kids. I don't know. But it's like
when he was doing the Man Show.
he had
See, when he
kids
was
when he
doing,
did it.
yep, yeah, he had a wife, and yeah, he didn't just get married. He's been married for a while. When he was doing the Man Show, he had that shit because he would do sketch sometimes with his wife, and
Oh,
on the
okay.
Man Show, he fucking did some crazy shit that now that
Yeah.
you would get canceled for. Yeah, he did blackface. He did Oprah. He pretended he was Oprah Winfrey. He pretended like he was Karl Malone. Where he was all his whole body was painted brown. And he'd be like, "Ha, I'm the Karl Malone," like talking like that, like he was illiterate as fuck. So Jimmy Kimmel has no room to talk about blackface or impersonating black people or cultural appropriation because his ass did it for years on the Man Show, and it was hilarious. It was
Yeah.
hilarious how he was doing it. Because at the time, I didn't like Karl Malone. So when he was roast Karl Malone, I'd be like, yeah, fuck Karl Malone. And Oprah Winfrey started getting on my nerves too. So when he clowned Oprah, I was like, yeah, that's funny. Like he was doing blackface. Like the
You were
Man
cheering
Show,
him on. You're like, yeah, get him.
yeah, exactly. Go get him. Go tear him down. Hey, I heard Meghan Merkel cry at the South Park episode. I heard, I heard through some one of these shows I watched. They said Meghan Merkel cried when she saw the South Park episode. She goes, "I'm crying, and the rest of America, no, the rest of the world is laughing. Yeah, we thought it was funny how South Park clowned your stupid ass. I'm a princess and I'm oppressed, bitch. If you don't shut the fuck up, those two words should never come out of your mouth together. I'm a princess and I'm oppressed. Fuck out of here. I'm an
I didn't hear
oppressed
about that.
princess."
I didn't know that. I don't follow South Park. Like I don't care about South Park
No,
personally.
no, no, no. But South Park, they had an episode where they clowned the shit out of Harry and Meghan. Now they didn't use their names, but everybody knew that's who they were talking about. And
Yeah.
of course, when she saw it, she said she cried how they made fun of her. Girl, don't you know we laughed that you just said that? And we're supposed to feel sorry for you. We're like, no, it hurt you good. We're glad it actually hurt you because it made us laugh. Yeah, it hurt your fucking feelings how people really feel about your pompous, arrogant ass. I'm a SJ, I'm a feminist. Yeah, you see how long feminism lasted in the royal family, didn't you, bitch? They taught your ass real quick. Feminism does not ride long in the royal family, even if a queen is the monarchy. Yeah, or the matriarch. Yeah, feminism. She ain't with feminism. She's like, yeah, I'm not with that feminist shit, and I don't need no daughter-in-law who granddaughter-in-law who's going to be with that shit. And they really thought attacking the royal family was going to make them look good. Did you believe that, Bruce? They actually believed that attacking the royal family was going to make them famous. Got him
That's Megan
ostracized.
and her family, her people.
Yeah. No, yeah, no, him. I mean, both of them. I mean, they thought by him trying to say revealing family secrets, shit like that, that was going to make. First of all, it made his own people hate him. So when he came to LA, now LA don't give a fuck about him because they're stupid, and now
Yeah.
they've alienated anybody who probably would ever have cared about him, like the royal family. I don't think that's Prince Charles' son anyway. He's literally the redheaded stepchild. He's
But
literally the
yeah,
redheaded
but
stepchild.
it's like it's one of those little things that bother me. It's like when you're shit talking, it stands out. So it's like, okay, you're over here shit talking your own flesh and blood, your family,
Uh-huh.
and I get being royalty. You're dealing with all kinds of asshole personalities, and I get having an asshole family member, or family members. I can relate, right? But it's like I'm not out here airing the dirty laundry of my family to anyone
For a
else.
buck. Yeah.
Now, it's like if the royal family starts condescendingly bashing on people, then I'd say, okay, now you're going to be favorable. If the royal family is talking shit, then that's your time to step forward and say, hold up there, sir, because you're on the inside. That's your opportunity to knock them down a peg. That's when you're going to have people cheering for you. But if that's all you do is you're just, hey, I'm going to keep slamming and slamming, it's like, okay, you're just a whiny little bitch at that point.
Mm-hmm. And he's pretty much been disowned. Got his son disowned, to where his son lost his birthright automatically because of his mother. Lost his birthright as a prince. Yeah, that sucks. But you know what? I don't think you're Prince Charles anyway. So I think you're like your mama's bodyguards, baby.
Yeah.
I think he put a baby in your mom, and your mom was able to say, "Oh, Charles, this is yours." It's because Charles arrogant, like, yeah, who would this bitch fuck? Are you kidding me, dude? She's a princess, and she's a beautiful one at that. There's a lot of guys that want to fuck. There's a whole world of guys that want to fuck her. That's what made Princess Die. Princess Die is like she was sexy.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You all right, Bruce?
Yeah, I am right now counting. This stream that I'm doing today, I'm doing a map making stream. So
Okay.
it's a lot easier having someone to talk to because I'm able to actually focus on map making while I'm having a conversation.
Oh, cool. Cool.
So I'm right now, I made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need to make 10. But I think that's good so far.
All right.
There's something I wanted to say earlier when I said I was going to bring it back to Star Wars. I mean, you weren't here when I talked about it, but I don't think you were when I was talking about Star Wars theory. There was
Well, you brought up like
there
about
was
how
these people were talking, and it's like there are a plethora of women in Star Wars, a bunch of Star Wars characters that are female, and it's like when you say, "Oh, these are misogynistic people," that's the thing. I'm laughing when someone says something like that to me. It's like, "Oh, you're misogynistic."
yeah.
I grew up with Pokemon, Digimon, right? Now, I don't know if you ever got into those things. You're probably a little old for those, but Digimon and Pokemon, Digimon specifically though, had a wide, diverse cast of characters. You know, it had boys and girls. The Digimon themselves had male and female. So it's like, and that's what I grew up with. Now that's not including, my real life relationships and the men and women that I've met. So it's like, I don't get it. And whenever I hear these people, like I said to this one brainlet a few days ago, he said something to the effect of, "Oh, look at this straight man who's afraid of just a little bit of diversity and representation." And I'm like, hold up. I get you've never met a gay person in real life and that you're probably under the age of 25. His name actually is Twit profile said under 25, or said he was 25. So I think you haven't had any real relationships in your life. But
no
I can
real life experience.
On one hand, a number of gay movies that it doesn't sacrifice the story for the sake of, oh, look, gayness. It's like, no, here's a actual compelling story. It has gay characters in it, okay? Or the central plot is gay people.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I know real life gay people, okay? I have family that are gay. And you could even extend that to me. On stream, I've already determined that I'm gay. But at any rate, right? Like,
yeah, you told me I was the other day. Shit.
Like real people, all right? When you make a story, when you're writing a story and you're telling a story, okay? If your purpose is to tell a gay story, all right? Not that it's impossible, not that it's wrong. It's that there is a way to tell a gay story. It's just you have to know your audience and you have to know what are you marketing. Because there are, surprise, surprise, a lot of women who like gay men. They like seeing gay men stories. Like it's eye candy for them. Okay? There are gay men who like gay men stories. All right? There are straight men who like gay women stories. All right? Like this is just like this is a common thing, right?
Uh-huh.
So everyone who lives in real life understands and knows this. And so when I see these people say things like, "Oh, you're a phobe of this," or "You're a misogynist of that," it's just like, you don't live in the real world. Like you don't understand what real people are like. Real people aren't like this. And that's where you start seeing like all these clowns. You're now seeing it bleed over into the real world, where these clowns are you're having gay people call their straight friends, "Oh, you don't understand our struggle." And it's like, what? Huh? Like, "Oh, you have too much privilege." What? Huh? Like, I grew up with you. What do you mean I don't understand your privilege? Like, what does that even mean? And so, like, these guys are getting these people, all kinds of people. You know, this has been happening for years now, but it's like these people are getting the knife stabbed in the back by over the sake of representation. And to me, it's like, normal people aren't like this. Normal people, they don't stab you in the. Normal people don't bring up privilege in a conversation. Like, we don't do that. Like, that's like saying, "Oh, you're privileged." Like, the only time privilege was ever brought up in a conversation with my family when I was growing up, and even it was never brought up with my friends, but with my family, it was brought up. It's like, "Hey, look at Russia. Look at Russia imprisoning people unjustly. Look at Africa putting people in prison unjustly. Look at South America sentencing people to death without an actual fair trial." You know, it's like, that was the example. It's like, so you have the privilege of being in the United States where you're protected. You have the freedom to be yourself. Like, that's when privilege was ever brought up when I was a kid, you know, growing up and exchanging and meeting with my friends.
Exactly.
You know, in my group of friends, it was like I was the token white kid of our group. There was me, my sister, and my brother, but it's like of us, if it was just me and the guys, I was the white guy. Everyone else was not white. There was not a single white guy amongst us.
What's that for you?
Yeah. And like, you learn, and this is the other thing. I've said this about D&D before, when people have said that D&D is racist and shit like that. D&D was founded and created in California. Okay. I'm not sure if it was in LA. I know it was big in LA, but I don't know. In the 70s, I don't know what it was like in the 70s in LA. I don't know. But I don't think there was a lot of outward racism from nerds wanting to play with little action figures in California in the early to late 70s, mid 70s, you know, let alone did that racism persist all the way up to 2024, you know, like decades and decades of it being centered in and being the spawn of a Californian society. It's like, oh yeah, this is where all of the racists gathered and they have this mega corporation. Like, no, like, again, like, it's not a thing. Like, it's just not a thing.
No, it's not.
So it's like when you have people it's like you have people, right? And you have people who have a hobby together, and you have people who like each other and don't like each other. All right. So there's you and me, right? You and I like each other. We're cool, right? We want to play. Then we have our friend over here. We'll say Dan. We have Dan. I like Dan, but you don't like Dan. All right. Cool. Then you have your friend. We'll call him David. All right. You have David. I don't like David. All right. You like David, but I don't like David. I know of David. David and I have talked. I don't like David. All right. So I decide I don't want David to be a part of our game. So I'm going to tell you, hey, you have a choice. Play with me or play with David. Those are your options. And now you're in a shitty situation where it's like, well, damn, Bruce here is trying to manipulate me, and I now have to choose which friend group do I want to hang out with, because I like Dan and I like Bruce, but I also like David, and I think it's shitty to lose out on David. These are the fucking high school games that D&D players do, and it's not exclusive to D&D. It's literally, I think I've told this story before. I haven't told it on stream before, but a family member of mine ran a lesbian baseball team, and she was telling me how absolutely stupid it was, because they were catty, they were talking behind each other's back, they were coming up with, like, they would get together, like the various girls would get together in a relationship one week, break up the next week, and then the third week they would begin having they'd hold the game hostage. They would say, "Oh, I'm not going to play if she is there, my ex-girlfriend." And it's just like, why are you doing this? It's so petty, it's so catty, it's childish. And it's because these people don't grow up out of the high school mentality. They also don't grow up past their elementary stage. They're still prepubescent people. So they have the emotional intelligence of a 3-year-old, and they have the personality of a 3-year-old, where it's all about me, myself, and I. Gimme, gimme, gimme. And it's like you're going to be locked in that perpetually, unless you just, first of all, admit to the truth, and second of all, let go. Like, I don't have ownership over you. Whoever you want to be friends with, you can be friends with, And if you want to bring them along, and I don't, like, so long as they don't hurt anybody, right? Like, if David over here hurt someone, then it would be understandable. That's like, okay, I understand you not wanting David around, Like, all right, last time David was over, he broke your fish tank, and then your fish were all over the place, and we had to scramble to get them into buckets and get them into the bathtub. Like, that's understandable. But it's like, oh, I just don't like the guy. I don't like him because of his politics. I don't like that he wears sneakers. I don't like that he eats cheeseburgers. Whatever it is that you don't like about a guy. That's a bullshit reason. It's a petty reason not to try and get along with the person. It's a petty reason not to come up with some way of just amicably saying, hey, when we're together, we're all a crew. We can play games together, and we'll shit talk each other like the guys do. That's fine. But outside of the group, I don't want to hang out with you. I don't want to do anything with you. Like, oh, get out of here, David. Fuck off. That's the misconception whenever I hear people say, oh, D&D is racist. Oh, and Niraj has some stuff here. He says, that sounds like he was trying to revive Star Frontiers. Probably. This is talking about talking about Gary Gygax's son. And then he says, I reiterate, nobody wants to watch Indiana Jones and the Well of Depression. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, because Indiana Jones, at that point, you should have just left the franchise alone. I mean, I don't even accept 4. After 3, there's just...
I've said I said this before, okay? There is no genre in Barnes & Nobles for decrepit, depressed old men. There is...
Yeah, there shouldn't be.
There is an entire section of Barnes & Nobles dedicated to action and adventure. If you were to describe what Indiana Jones is about, what 2 words would you use to describe an Indiana Jones story to someone who has never heard of Indiana Jones? You would say
adventurous
and adventure.
Yeah. Exactly what you would tell him, but
in current year, we'd probably say he's an absolute badass, but still,
Yeah, he's an alpha male. Definitely. And like Indy represented that for us for a long time. So to have this feminist who's destroying every brand with feminism to destroy Indiana Jones, it's like you should have just left it alone. You obviously weren't going to respect the history of the character. You were going to do your own little feminist rant and then try to have her replace him. Nah, you really misread the room. Yeah, and when the guy debuted at Cannes, they said people were like stunned at what they saw on the screen. Like, what the fuck did we just watch? Did we just watch the dismantling of Indiana Jones? And they thought people would like be like, "Oh, it's so beautiful, so sunny, so pretty." They said like, "We hated it. We didn't like it."
Yeah, it's like,
And then
sorry, go on.
and then I think during the premiere of it, that's when they told Kathleen Kennedy, "Oh yeah, by the way, your Starship Cruiser, yeah, we're shutting it down." What's your response to that, Miss Kennedy? And she was like, I'm here for Indiana Jones tonight. These bastards didn't tell me they were shutting my shit down." Yeah, you've been costing the company mud billions of dollars, literally, through bad leadership, through feminism. See how feminism destroys everything it touches?
Yep.
You see that, Bruce?
Yep.
Because she's trying to push a feminist agenda in a boy-led market. Your boys are leaving, and your wannabe audience doesn't exist. So you ran up the only paying audience you had.
You know, I don't know how much of Columbo you have seen, but there's an episode where it's eerily similar to that, to what you just described, where this woman is a part of the murderer. She is a part of a sort of like an NBC type of company. And she's in charge of this company, this billion-dollar company. And her boss is about to, he's on the West Coast because it's Colombo, and he is about to get reassigned to the East Coast, which is like, oh, it's the big league. You're going to get your own corner office. You know, you're going to have the top floor. And this guy's like excited for it. So his secretary, or his like second in command, she's like, oh, so I'm going to get the position now. And we're finally going to have a woman CEO, or a woman leading this department. And she's like thinking about all the things she's going to do because she's really creative. She's very creative. And he explains to her, he's like, I think her name was Kate. He's like, Kate, I'm going to select Bob to be my replacement. And that's when she's like devastated. Like, what? How could you give, like, I am meant for this position. He's like, the problem with you is you're not a real person. You're not grounded. Okay. You have these ideas, and that's where you're good. Stay there. Okay. Staying in the idea section makes you great. Okay. That's why everyone loves you in the board meetings, because you have these ideas, you have this artistic flair, you're great at it. And so, needless to say, she kills him, and she basically sets it up so that the CEOs, the guy who gave him the position, her boss, the position in the East Coast, he says, okay, I'm going to give the second guy, I'm going to give him the East Coast position, and I'm going to give you the West Coast position. So she's like, yes, finally. Needless to say, long story short, she runs the company into the fucking ground because she has all these ideas. We could do this, we could do that, we could do this. And none of the deadlines are getting met. Her creative and artistic flair, one of the things she would do is she was able to calm the radio talk show hosts. She was able to calm down the personalities running the stations and running the things. She was able to calm them down and put them at ease. And now she couldn't do that anymore because she had to run financials. She had to run budgets. You know, she had to look at the daily ins and outs of the company. She had to become a logistics person. And that's a part of like when Columbo catches her, she just willingly surrenders because she realizes, well, her boss is about to fire her. And she realizes that she completely fucked up. Like she just completely destroyed the company. And I think about that episode a lot whenever it comes to Kathleen Kennedy. It's like, I'm like, this is literally Kathleen Kennedy's story right here.
So that's not even original.
Right. And it's like, this is telegraphing, echoing from like 30 years ago. You know, Columbo came out in the 60s, I think, right?
Yeah, 70s. I think it's 70s.
It aired all the way through the 70s into the early 2000s. So, you know, like absolutely fantastic how timeless some of those stories are.
Hey, Bruce, give me a second because I got to go make a pit stop. But every time I take the damn tablet, it shorts out. So I'm gonna leave it right here. Just give me like about 30 seconds, okay?
All right, cool. I'm going to narrate and articulate these designs that I've made here, because I'm sure if someone's watching the stream, they're wondering what the hell type of map designs are these? And these are designs I'm intending. I could probably add a little bit more to this one, because if you see where it's blacked out, zoom in here. This is where it's space. The players are going to be able to fall through the earth here. So they're going to have to jump from this platform to this platform, the blue to the brown. So what I need to do is I need to create a way that they I got to move the StreamYard tag. I got to come up with a way for them to indicate that that's dead zone. You go there, you're going to die. So I need to find like space.
Okay.
You back there?
All right, I'm back, Bruce.
All right. Welcome back.
Thank you. So you were saying?
Yeah, so I think about that episode a lot. Whenever it involves whenever I hear anything about Kathleen Kennedy, I'm like, this is literally that chick. This is that chick. She ran the company into the ground. She wanted the position of power. She got the position of power by force, and she didn't listen to her mentor. She didn't listen to her boss, who told her this is the worst fucking idea you could go for. Like, this is not a position for you. You don't want to be in this position. And she's like, no, I know better than you. Well,
Of course she did. And now look, you literally destroyed one of the greatest franchises of all time with your ideology, where fans caught on that real quick, and now your shows, everything you do is tainted. Anytime it says Star Wars now, people laugh like, what are they doing now? How can they further destroy the brand now than they already have? And they find newer and newer ways to do it. Like this new thing, like, oh, we finally have a female director. That's your main objective, to have a female director, not having a good Star Wars story.
Yep, exactly.
Your ideology is more important than giving us because I'm sorry, but every time I've seen a woman direct, damn near the project comes out to shit, especially when it's a male dominated genre they're trying to make a movie in, because they're going to have to put their female voice in the story, and that just ruins everything. Because it's more focused on it being women instead of it just being a great adventure.
Exactly. And again, like they act like we haven't had female heroes before.
Yeah, like Red Sonja. People forget about Red Sonja. Red Sonja. If you want to be technical, that's the first ever female-led Marvel movie.
I never got to finish the series. Okay, but I've seen enough of the series to know it's a good show. Gargoyles.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gargoyles has as one of the main characters a female detective. I believe she's a cop, right? I think she's a cop.
Yeah, she's a cop. She's like I think she's a detective because she got a little more leeway to fuck around.
Yeah. So like she's the one of the main characters, like the second main character. Okay.
Next to Goliath, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know if necessarily Goliath is the quote unquote main character, because each character has their own episodes, but Goliath is the leader of the Gargoyles.
Oh, he's considered the main. He's
effectively considered the main. But it's like, okay, so here's a story that you have your
Brooklyn is the star of it.
Brooklyn is okay. Yeah. Which one is he?
I forget. I think he's like the bald-headed one. Because I wasn't big on gargoyles either. I kind of caught on to him late, but I did get Goliath's presence. His presence was always felt whenever I watched. He reminded me of like an Optimus Prime type character.
Yeah.
Like whenever Optimus Prime graced the scene, Optimus Prime's presence was felt. You're
Yes.
like, damn, Optimus Prime is there. You know.
Well, I mean, you know who voices Goliath, right?
Yes, Keith David or David Keith. I always get it mixed up. The same guy who did Spawn. Ah, you thought you would get me on that, didn't you?
No. I was curious if you knew. I'm pretty sure you know. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
You might not be a big Gargoyles fan, but you know.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, the voice of Spawn is the voice of the Goliath.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that Spawn cartoon. That Spawn cartoon is groundbreaking because even to this day, I believe, unless you have a system where you just like pick what you want to watch, when HBO airs the show on their network, they always air it after midnight. They've never aired Spawn before midnight, even in reruns.
Yes.
Even when it's because you would think, okay, it's rerun now, you can put it any time. No, they still honor the after 12 o'clock they show the show.
Yeah. Niraj says Kathleen Kennedy is an ideologue, not a creative. Yeah. I forget what it was. Dan had said before that, I don't know where his citation for it was, but he apparently had said Steven Spielberg, some people were asking him about Kathleen Kennedy, like, okay, because she's like so big now, what was her creative, feedback? What was her creative input to your projects? Because she's on a lot of your films. And Steven Spielberg had said something to the effect of like, she was basically the person who would get us coffee.
Yeah, she was bringing us coffee.
And she would try to inject her feedback and her opinion into things. And we didn't take her very seriously at all because we didn't think she knew anything of what she was talking about. And I was like, damn, Steven Spielberg, savage with that.
Exactly. I remember when he said that. Yeah. He pretty much said she got her coffee. She got her coffee for us. And now she's supposed to be, because people say, oh, she was connected to these projects. Yeah, she got their coffee. It's like Eazy-E with NWA. He's executive producer of the albums, but all he did was spend time, spend the money to get the studio, which, he's so produce it. Dr. Dre did all the work, but they would make it seem like Eazy-E was like musically inclined the way it was like presented on the album. But nah, someone else did the work. You can take all the credit you want, but only one person is really doing the job, and it sucks for them because, you get some of their credit. Yeah. Where'd I go with that anyway? You're talking about Kathleen Kennedy being pretty much. I think that she must know something. She has to have some, because recently it's been revealed that a lot of politicians were getting blackmailed through Epstein Island type shit.
Yep. And yours truly, I called that years ago.
Yeah.
Years ago.
Yeah, they're uh-huh.
It's not, I don't want to say it's easy deduction, but it's because like if you have to ask the question why. Dan keeps bringing this guy into the server, and he keeps trying to like pick my brain, trying to understand how do I have the knowledge that I have, and I'm so certain about it, and I'm not completely insane. Like he's baffled by this. He doesn't trust me. He doesn't trust me at all. But he's uncertain because it's like this guy sounds insane, but he's logical about it. Like there's an actual methodology here. So like, what the hell? What gives? And I had to explain to him, look, don't believe me. Don't trust me. Okay. Just find yourself asking the question, why? And keep asking why. And you'll get there. Trust me, you'll get there. And, I was telling him, I think he's like a 19-year-old kid. And I was like, and I don't want to bust on your age too much. Okay. Because I remember what it was like being 19 and not knowing anything. And what I would do is I would listen to some guy who's in their 30s or 40s. They would ramble on. And I would listen to them. And I would absorb information like a sponge. And then suddenly when I meet the next 30, 40-year-old, 50-year-old, I'm able to regurgitate information that is beyond my age. And that makes them share more information with you.
It seems like you're on the level.
Say that again?
Because it seems like you're on the level with the shit you're talking about. So
yes,
you gain more knowledge.
Exactly.
Instead of like you maybe not taking it seriously.
I'm not wasting my time talking Star Wars with a 19-year-old who hasn't experienced life. You know? I'm not taking relationship advice from a 19-year-old who, you know, he thinks the world ends next Friday.
Yeah, exactly. They take you more seriously. Yeah, this whole movement to destroy everything male, I'm glad it's finally starting to come to an end. I mean, they're still going to do shit, but when you don't support them, they're slowly starting, because now these companies, especially Disney, went a couple billion from what I'm hearing now, dollars into debt this year, and or you know, losing money. It's like they lost like $2 billion this year with everything between their parks, the closure of that one space cruiser shit, everything this year. They took a major hit, and it's good. This is their karma. This is their karma for spewing liberal rhetoric and trying to put that shit in kids' programming. This is what they get. A boycott from the family saying we're not going to support you no more, Disney. That's what's killing Disney, because families was always Disney's #1 market, and now they're not catering to that no more. Trying to, you know, cultivate an activist fucking. I mean, even their show, The Proud Show, you know, about the Pride family, about the Proud family, and how it's so fucking BLM now. It's ridiculous. It's like, why did you do this to this cartoon? You brought this back just to do this to the cartoon? Put your fucking agenda in it?
I never really got into it when I was a kid. You know, like as a kid, it never sat well with me ever. It struck me as just black propaganda, like pro-black propaganda. And
oh well, it's worse now.
Like, yeah, like, I don't know why. I can't put my finger on why I felt that way as a kid.
It wasn't a cartoon I watched either. To tell you the truth, I looked to see if anything else was on. Because I'm like, okay, that's on. Okay, yeah, I did. There's certain cartoons you just feel like they're just made for a certain reason, but some cartoons you just feel organic, like cartoons from Japan. Shit, they feel organic. Like these people actually love what they're doing, and this is their passion. So you see it in the art. But see, we get in America, we get lame art now and lame storylines. And it's usually liberal talking points. You know, just to make sure the kids are brainwashed.
Like, the only thing I can think of is I come off the heels of watching great black families, if you would, in The Cosby Show, Fresh Prince, Family Matters. You know, so like these are shows with black families. I can relate to them, and it's like I'm watching them and I'm like, this is just a family, like, and they're funny, you know, like there's funny moments in it where, you know, I watch a cartoon like that and it's like it doesn't click. Like something in me is saying I can't relate to this. This is like I don't know what this is. This is not like a family that I can connect with. And I don't know why as a kid I just, you know, my brain just couldn't accept it. It was like, this is not for me. I don't know why, but it's just, I can perfectly relate and get along with Bill Cosby's family. You know, the Huxtables. I can get along with them. I can relate to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, okay, or Will Smith's character in that. I can relate to the family with a dad for a cop, you know, and the geeky awkward son, or I forget what Urkel was. But like,
for Family Matters.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Okay, I can understand that. But for some reason, this cartoon, I couldn't.
Well, I can't blame you. Damn it! The movie I wanted to use, I can't use it. Fuck. Gotta look for another one. This movie I was going to put on my page, I had to investigate it first to make sure there was nothing like crazy with the movie. And between me and you, like, you know, I find movies and stuff, and sometimes these idiots put their watermark on the movie. I'm like, I can't use that. I can't use that now. Now people will see where I got the movie from, and of course, the people who make these movies follow my channel, so it exposes them like, oh, so that's who's got my movie, you know. So I'm like, you guys are stupid, so I can't use your movie now because I don't want to fuck it up for anybody else who wants to watch it. You know, who knows about it?
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
Yeah, I don't want to be that one like, oh well, he blah blah blah, and now it's gone because yeah. I'm not going to advertise it, but I'm not going to, you know, unless it's my boy. I saw one of his videos. The guy I'm working with, I saw one of his videos on one of these sites, and I was like, hey man, you know, I was like you, because he sent me the movie, right? I say, hey, this is some of my earlier work, and I recognized. I'm like, hey man, didn't you do a movie with this one girl? He goes, yes, that's mine. I said, well, it's over on this site for free. You should go over there and tell them to take this shit down. That was literally costing you money. That's sorry.
Breathe before speaking.
Yeah. Hold on. I got some in my throat. See, that's something I'd be good for. Is like, you know, when we put our movie out, I know places where it could pop up at, and I'm telling them, look, take this down immediately because we serious about making this money, and this is gonna be a money making movie. That's why I'm happy to be a part of it, doing it, and now writing the dialogue for it. So I'm gonna get on that, get back to some art. Like I said, start to go into central casting because there'll be like times, like, because right now, check this out. I just saw an ad for Deadpool 3. Now I don't know how real it is, but it was like Deadpool 3, no experience needed, $180 an hour. I'm like, oh, that sounds great. But it's probably for something different or some bullshit. Thing is, that's the kind of stuff I'm about to get into, Bruce, because I got big plans this year. I feel 2024 is going to be a huge year for this country, man. We finally get to.
I'm hoping good stuff happens this year. For everybody. I want everybody to have goodness, except for communists.
Yeah.
I don't care about them at all.
Well, if they have a good time, things are bad. See, this everything's just crazy into me. It's like, but this, because of what the mainstream's doing, it's giving guys like me a chance to like come up with our own comics. Like, hey, I got a different kind of comic, since they want to get all fucking lecturing on you. Look, I got a comic with girls with big tits, a lot of sexuality, things are going to be happening. Yeah, it's for adults,
So Niraj says Disney lost 70 billion in value over the last 2 or 3 years. It's come out. They've taken massive hits for their message. Isn't Disney worth 200 billion?
I don't know.
I think their total worth is like 200 billion.
But they're losing money left and right. They're spewing propaganda. They literally thought that people were going to like a Black Little Mermaid movie, and they were going to force you to watch it. If you didn't, you were racist.
Yes. Well, think about that. 200 billion, which a billion's a lot of fucking money. 200 billion. And then you subtract 70 billion from that. So you're 200 million down to 130 billion. Okay. That is a huge chunk. Yeah, exactly. That's a huge chunk that they just got bitten out of them in 3 years. To recover from that much, they're going to need, that's at least 10 years worth of profit. Like for the next 10 years, they're going to be working that alone. That's not including what's still coming. Because they're still releasing more.
Which is going to be more failures.
Yes.
And which is going to add more and more to that debt.
Yeah.
We saw that supposedly Warner Brothers and Paramount are trying to click up. They see what's happening. They're like, you know what? If we're going to survive this, we need to join forces. Shit. Well, yeah, you, us against Disney.
Well, that's a Friday Night Tights. Nerdrotic talked about that. I think it might have been D-Day Cobra who predicted that. He said that's what they're going to have to do. Warner Brothers and Paramount are going to have to team up. And if they do that, they're basically a goner. Like they are struggling to keep their head above water if they do that.
Yeah.
And so I remember people saying that's never going to happen. I remember people saying, they're like, oh, they had to start walking that back. Well, it's most likely not going to happen. It's like, I don't know. I'm not a movie guy. I don't know the players. I don't know Paramount. I don't know Paramount's players. I don't know Warner Brothers players. I know they do stupid things. Warner Brothers, I have a huge hate boner for because of what they've done to Batman. But, it's like, other than that, I don't know what the companies are going to do. I don't know where they think, that's not my scene,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I usually keep my eye on them, see what they're doing. Because me being out here out in LA, kind of one of the things that kind of pushed on your throat, like what these studios are doing out here. Yeah, exactly. So I gotta know, okay, is the studio still filming? Like, because there's a lot of series like NCIS LA that used to film all over LA. Like, pretty much, I could see like parts of my neighborhood, like up the street from my house. Like, oh shit, they filmed everything. So it'd be really easy. And there's a lot of projects like that out here. When you're local, things are a lot easier because the area. Like, when they say, could you go here? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll get paid to just show up and just stand around for hours. That money starts adding up, and then I could, like I said, start diversify and make an LLC, diversify and all that shit, and really, if the money starts coming in, yeah, I got big plans. It's going to be a good year. It's going to be definitely a good year. And I plan to start it off right. Doing a movie with 2 hot girls and a boy. Yeah, that's going to be fun. With a plot and a story. It's not just like, some straight rando, shit like they make today. It's part of that genre where, there's going to be a story, there's going to be a plot, things are going to build up to when we get to those points. But yeah, it's like a regular movie. Shit. Every movie does just has something to show more skin than others, is all. That's the only difference. So yeah, Bruce, DC is, they're destroying so many classic characters to push the message, like, where they did officially do it. Can you hear? Okay, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay, yeah, okay. I was just saying, yeah, DC, they've pretty much destroyed a lot of classic characters with this PC shit they're doing, making Robin gay, making Superman gay, fucking making Green Lantern gay. I mean, it's like they don't learn from these mistakes. And when you say gay, they're like, no, they're bisexual now, which if you're a comic book reader, that means, oh, they're gay now. Because what's the point of saying they're bisexual if they're still be hanging around girls? There's no point of even bringing it up. But he has to be with a guy now to prove he's bisexual, that he messes with other people. So the character pretty much becomes gay and never messes with girls ever again unless they retcon the character. And they did that to Superman, like, just to make a message. And the book flopped. The book flopped. Superman fans are like, we're cool. We're not reading about no gay Superman who fights against climate change. Fuck that. What the fuck are you doing in a Superman comic book? A Superman fighting climate change? Is this Superman 4? Fuck. God dang. So, and when these comics don't sell, it's because you're all kind of phobes, which of course they're misusing the word phobe because that means fear of. These things they say you should be scared of, obviously you're not because you're standing up against it. So how are you fearful of it? God. Oh my God.
Right. So what I want to do is I'm going to end the stream. So I want to talk to you afterwards if you're okay, because it seemed like you wanted to catch up. So
yeah.
I'm just
That's what I was
looking at the
calling you
time.
for. Yeah.
Yeah, I think 4 hours or 5 hours of streaming is a good amount of stream to get in.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
So, Niraj, I don't know if you're gonna head to bed. If you're about, I'll hop over there and talk to you in a bit if you're still awake. But I'm gonna end the stream. So I appreciate you and I appreciate everyone who listens to this in the future. I appreciate you, Graphics, for coming on, keeping me
Hey,
company.
no problem. No problem.
All right, cool. So I'll see you guys later, and hope you enjoyed what little map making I did that everyone got to see.
Okay.